Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement. Yeah, there's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience. Yeah, in this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Coffee cold like the killer's stare. Mugs chipped like the lies they wear. In the corner whispers crawl. Truth bleeds out on this stained wall. Blood stained through in the midnight haze. Dark close truths in a criminal maze. Sip the guilt, feel the crime. This cafe holds the edge of time. Footsteps echo guilt on tile. Shadows linger for a while. Murmurs twist the air to knots. Every cup a grave of thoughts. Bloodstained through in the midnight haze. Dark rose truths in a criminal maze. Sip the guilt, feel the crime. This cafe holds the edge of time. Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in together, we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you find.
What up? And good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the cafe. It is the morning show with me, myself, and I, Mr. Dago. Hello and welcome back. Great to see you guys. Thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate you so very much. Each and every one of you guys. I hope you're having an amazing day, or a start to your day, I should say. It is actually noon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon here. So my timing's a little late, but that's okay. I'm here with you now, and that's what matters. Looks like we got 17 of you beautiful peeps in the house with 14 likes. Let's see if we can make that match, guys, and get this thing moving. We got plenty of things to discuss today. We're going to be looking into the Madeline Soto situation and an update there with that monster, Stephen Stearns. Of course, never fails, but some Idaho 4 stuff to talk about. We had a great show here last night with some awesome people and creators that joined us here. I appreciate all of you guys that were here for that. And I want to thank A.R. Hayes, Willie, of course, Sarge, Reality with Krista Marie, Lord Almighty, I can't even remember everybody we had in here last night. There were so many. Miss Annie Potts, Miss Potts, all of you, thank you for joining us last night. There were some nuggets thrown out last night, guys. Some really interesting things in the Idaho 4 case discussed and found out last night. We have a little bit more of that stuff to throw in here today, and who knows, we may end up talking about it again. But like I said, with the morning shows, we kind of do a little bit of a variety of everything. So that's what we're doing to get caught up on that stuff and that as well. I want to thank my Blue Crew for popping in here and doing what they do, because I could not, would not, nor should not ever try to do this without them. Very much appreciated for that. Yeah, we had Willie, Sergeant Friday, Miss Potts, Unleashed. I think his name's Robert. I'm not super familiar. I just met him. Of course, A.R. Hayes, and there's more. there's more. We had a full-blown party in here, guys, and it's great. I love having creators join us. Miss Lana was in chat with us as well. Who was that there? I thought Miss Trish Crow, good to see you. Nope, no, I didn't know that, but now that you told me, I do. Let's see who we got in here. That's okay, SRB. Thank you. SRBBB, good to see you. Scully's in the house. Kindness Cake, good to see you. Who else do we have here? Trish Crow, of course. Carolyn Prestige, good to see you. Spinwin Music and Movies, thank you for joining us. Miss Paula and Positivity's in the house. Philip Hughes, good to see you, sir. It's been a while. Good to have you here, Mr. Girl. Great to see you. The Done One in the house. B Geek, TGIF to you. Mountain Mama, good to see you. Brandy B, our OG's in the house. Of course, Miss Charlotte, good to see you all. Please, y'all, hit that like button on your way through the door. It is great to see you all here. Jesse Shule, I bet you are, my friend. And that's okay. We can discuss that here shortly. JS218, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Stewart is in the house. Stewart Jones. Great to have you here. T2014, welcome back. Great to see you. Was a great stream. Listen to the replay. Jesse, you missed it, bro. It was a great one last night. I know it. You were probably in bed where you should be, but there were some definite nuggets, and we'll go over that today, guys, so that we can review it with those of you that didn't see it. I am doing great, JS. I hope you are as well. Guys, make sure to share this out and let everybody know what we're doing here on the morning show. Mama Bear does say hello, and she misses everybody. She might, I don't want to make promises, but she might be able to join us here in the next couple days. Please make sure to jump on over to her channel, guys. She still has a channel going. She doesn't get to do much with it now because she's so busy. But make sure that you support her channel as well and show some love. Hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't, and hit the notification bell because you just never know. Alicia J. Hey, good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, it was a good show last night for sure. It was, I gotta say though, for those of you that were there with us, me thinks that we're gonna be having some new t-shirts coming out in our merchandise store. Because me thinks it would be a good idea. I don't know. What does you think, SRB? Because me thinks it would be. Thank you, Jesse. Alicia, SRB. This is how they greet each other. I love it. What do you think, SRB? Me thinks it's a good idea. Do you? I didn't see. It doesn't look like anybody's catching it. Banfield was out. Oh, yeah. Stewart, you ain't lying, bud. So last night, you guys, I'm going to have to show you the clip because it was too funny. She did the interview that we'll review it for those of you that didn't see it, of course. SRB said, me thinks, faux show. Yes. Yeah, guys, and you'll see why I was saying me thinks. That's why it's underneath my name now, because I about died laughing last night. T2014 says me thinks. It's a great idea, too. There you go. Everybody's going to need to get a me thinks t-shirt. Me thinks you should be watching the True Crime Cafe with Dago. Me thinks I'm brain dead and thinks that she belongs with the, yeah, I think she's already got that. Miss Jane's in the house. Welcome. Oh, yeah, he did. He sure did, Jesse. That's something else we're going to discuss, too. The ability that Brian has to appeal that everybody believes he doesn't, okay? We found out a lot of stuff yesterday, folks, and what a crazy day it was. It was. I stopped into Outcast last night to show some love before I went to bed. Sent him a message and said, what a crazy day. And he was like, yes, he was in the midst of watching the interview and some other stuff. So it was a wild one yesterday, guys. It really was. Especially in the YouTube world. Kiki Can's in the house. Good to see you. TGIF to you. So we're going to run through. I'm going to save Idaho for the last part of the day today, but we're going to run through some Madeline Soto stuff. We're going to keep up with that update, those updates, the Jack and Lily, and maybe something else, and then we will catch up with the Idaho stuff for sure. I want everybody to know what's going on over there because, oh, Lord, it's getting wild, y'all. Scully's in the house. What's happening, brother? Good to see you today. Oh, yeah, I was over there just for a little bit. Beyond fishy, bro. And now things are starting to make a little more sense, too. And Taylor deferring to Barlow, yes. Once again, something to talk about. Well, we're not really. We're going to be showing the. I want to show the update on Stephen Stearns' pretrial hearing, so everybody knows that that's still going down, guys, because that's the monster. That is a true monster that needs to be erased, in my opinion, for what he's done. So that's the best way I can put it, and I'm trying to be polite by saying that. Ain't got enough money to pay the swear jar. Oh no, I'm about to throw it in here. Yeah, I won't put any of that other stuff up, SRB. I know that some of you guys aren't real keen on that. I'm not either myself. And if I were to have to, I would definitely warn you guys beforehand because that's a bad case. It bugs the hell out of me. It's all good, Jesse. You don't have to worry about that, brother. I'm about to put a swear jar in here and see what happens. Right, Smitty. Exactly. No mystery at all. That's a horrible, horrible situation. Yes, me thinks. Charlotte, what do you think? Yeah, we're going to put some shirts up. We talked to Cassie about it this morning. I don't know what we can put on them. Definitely it's going to say me thinks. Maybe you should be watching the True Crime Cafe, or you should be hanging out with Dago, or something like that. There you go, SRB. Sure thing. Pizza money, coffee money, more like it. Yeah. Miss Potts gets a pass on that because she does so much with that stuff. And truly, any of you guys do. Honestly, it doesn't bug me. But it was an all-star cast up here last night for sure. The tomboy flying in on her bird. Morning to you. Shorts, yeah, I need to start doing more shorts. That's not a. I'm actually about to clip that whole me thinks thing and make a short out of that. I gotta get to be able to do it, guys. That's the thing. Yeah, she's awesome, Jesse. I agree. I should. I agree with you guys. Wait till you see this stuff, guys. You're gonna. It's something else. I'll tell you that much. Come on in, guys. 31 peeps in the house. We got 23 likes. We're getting there. We're getting there. I think we can do it. It's a good idea too, though. When you say shorts, yeah, absolutely. Promo. There you go. Oh, you're talking about I should do shorts like that you wear? I can actually do that. Oh, me thinks it was too. It was beyond funny. You missed that, Alicia. That was great. You lost it. Agreed, JS218. He did. We had a great conversation last night. I didn't even expect it to go where it went and to have that many people, but we had A.R. Hayes, Miss Potts, Sergeant Friday, Willie, that Robert gentleman. I believe there's one or two other people up. Oh, Krista Marie from Reality. So we had at least 6 people up there at all times for quite a while. So nothing wrong with that, bub. Nothing at all. You are very creative. Yeah, it was an excellent conversation for sure. Like I said, there were some nuggets dropped. Randy Furr. Yes, I forgot Mr. Randy. So 7 people at some point. Yeah. There were some nuggets dropped, a couple bombs, in my opinion, some more lies that were exposed. Just to give you guys a little, for those of you that don't know, I'll give you a little teaser. One of the things that was brought out last night as if you all remember, way early on in the case in the Idaho situation. Just trying to wait here to get more people in here before we get rolling. But I'll give you a teaser. I'll show it to you here a little bit later too. But one of the main things that was talked about early on in the case at the press conference, I think it was the first or second press conference, there were questions being asked all over the place to Chief Fry, and somebody had asked, one of the reporters had asked, is it true that the victims were found and gagged? No, that's a rumor. He blew that off, said, no, that was not true. Guess what? Mr. Gonsalves last night elated to the fact that it was very true, at least to the gagged part, that they were found gagged. Because they weren't found gagged. There was markings on their mouths that showed that there was something to suppress them, either a gag or something to hold them down, to quiet them down around their mouth. And I was like, well then, why are we lying about things, folks? Why is law enforcement lying about things to people? Period. Okay. Where is this case going? I'm telling you. It's way out there now. Way out there. Welcome back, everybody. Again, thank you to the Blue Crew for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you so very much. Looks like we got quite a few of them in here now, too. And all the rest of you guys, it is great to see you all. I appreciate you so very much. Again, make sure to hit the like button. Share this out if you will, please, and thank you. All right. And Stitches is in the house. Good to see you. They sure are, SRB. They're starting to get more and more, and they're starting to put some of these pieces together, if that makes any sense, folks. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I had to ask him. I'm like, Randy, you there, bud? He's like, I'm just listening, and laughed, and it was funny. There was so much talking going on and so much interesting stuff to talk about. It was wild. All right, guys, hold on here. But I appreciate you joining us up there last night, Randy. Great conversation, as always. Ruby Slippers, welcome back. Good to see you today. Right. Exactly. He was deep in thought. Yes, he was definitely paying attention to the class. All right. Okay, so then this first thing we're going to get into, guys, is very interesting. My boy Vinny. You guys know I'm a big fan of Vinny Politan, and I usually always refer to their stuff as often as I can. A couple things I disagree with him on, but still. Welcome, Miss Charlotte. Good to see you. Kiki Can. Stephen Colbert had his show canceled by the network. Wow, really? That is sad. Agreed. I do agree, JS. So this first segment we're going to be going through in regards to the Madeline Soto case. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that case. Oh, Randy, you're awesome, buddy. We love you here. If you're not familiar with that case, it's a very horrible situation. Stephen Stearns is being held right now in connection with the death, and the other charges against what he did to Madeline. Madeline's mother's name is Jennifer Soto, a very suspect person in this case, as well as we're going to talk about here. What does Jen Soto's behavior reveal in this case? Benny covered this, and I thought it was a very good segment for those of you that are familiar with this case to see, because we haven't had any updates of this in a while, guys, and it's important to keep up with it because it's important that it's still out there. A very, very horrible tragedy. So 100%. Shabazz, good afternoon to you. Mark Schumann, good to see you, brother. Nah, I didn't. No idea, Mark. I didn't see that. Anybody know if something happened in Los Angeles this morning? All right, guys, let's get this kicked off. Oh, absolutely, Charlotte. If she wasn't involved, she definitely knew. Okay, and she allowed for it. That's what makes it so bad for me. 100%. Now I'm gonna do this, guys. There's not necessarily gonna be anything, but some of this stuff that's talked about could be triggering.
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only. Trigger warning.
Now that's just in case, because some things can be triggering, and some of this stuff has triggered me. Carrie Persula, hello and welcome back. Well, we'll talk about that here shortly, Carrie. Once we get to that point, 100%, I want to talk about that. Miss Bonnie, my love, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're doing good. We've missed you. It's great to have you here. Welcome back to you. All right. 43 peeps in the house, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button, share it out. And that being said, let's get the moving here. Yes, Bonnie, I hope you're feeling good, dear. Always happy to see you here. There's our beautiful Bonnie, absolutely. Not right now. I'm so sorry, Bonnie. Well, you're always in our thoughts and prayers, and you're with us. So hopefully we can make you feel a little bit better today. Did I see Miss Paula in here? I know I did. Miss Paula and her positivity. I did. I'll be praying for you, Bonnie, as always. Jen needs to be, yes, agreed, Stitches, agreed. All right, folks, let's check it out. Miss Josie in the house. Josie Joe, yo. Welcome, Josie. Good to have you here, as always. Yeah, hopefully this is avoiding a lot of the touchy stuff, and that's why I threw the warning up there. It really sucks, but people need to know what this monster did, and this goes on so much more often than people realize. But this guy shouldn't even be. He's an oxygen thief, as far as I'm concerned. He shouldn't even be breathing the same oxygen the rest of us are. This is a true monster.
I'm Vinny Politan, the subject of my investigation, the death of 13-year-old Madeline Soto, who endured years of alleged sex abuse, some of it captured on camera. It's a story about a little girl who was let down by those who should have protected her. Here's the story. 13-year-old Madeline Soto was murdered in February.
I do believe, Jane, that they're looking at a death penalty for this one. In Florida. I do believe so. Thank you, Randy, for that, buddy.
Of 2024 in Kissimmee, Florida. She was reported missing after failing to show up at school, sparking a frantic search. 5 days later, her body was found in a remote area of Osceola County.
Whoa! Holy moly, Josie Joe. Wow. Hang on a second here. That's definitely going to lighten it up. Let me check something here. SRB. Just dropped 10 memberships. Holy Moses. Thank you so much for that. Looks like JS218 received one. Woman Power 101. Sweet Melissa. Marty Fodrell. Molly Drake. That's weird. Babs. Claudia D. Melissa D. Aurora. Curious Rose. That is amazing. Still very generous, SRB. Welcome to the sauce, all you new meatballs. That is awesome. Very awesome. I love it, too. A lot of the new people's names in there. That's great. Welcome, everybody. Great to have you here. Yes, that's awesome. So awesome, SRB. Thank you so much, dear. God bless. That's amazing. Very amazing. So very generous. Starting to show off with 10 brand new meatballs. That is awesome. So awesome. Thank you so much, SRB. We love you. Here we go.
The medical examiner determined she had been strangled. Authorities arrested Stephen Stearns, the boyfriend of Madeline's mother, Jen Soto. He was charged with first-degree murder, capital sexual battery, and possession of child sexual abuse material. Investigators revealed that Stearns had been allegedly abusing Madeline for years. Stearns is now currently awaiting 2 trials, the first for the alleged sexual abuse of Madeline and a second trial for her murder, where he is facing the death penalty. Madeline's mom, who allowed her daughter to sleep alone with Stearns in his bedroom, has not been charged with anything and may be a crucial witness for prosecutors. From the beginning of our coverage of this story, which began as a mystery, became an investigation, and now is moving towards trial, a lot of the
Holy Moses. What is up with you guys? Wow. Hold on. Randy just gifted 10 memberships. Jiminy Christmas. That's awesome. Let me see here. Hold on. Where'd it go? Looks like Michelle E received one. Reba, Misty Jane, Kim Gonsalves, El Bariqua, Missy, Sally Ann Collins, James Moan, Tracy Barnhill, Kylie. I think Kylie's the last one. That is so awesome, Randy. Thank you, brother. God bless. So we got 20 new meatballs, guys. Yeah, we definitely gotta get some more meatballs in this sauce because the sauce is thick and it's all empty. But we got 20 new meatballs now, guys. That is awesome. Well, I gotta see if I can get some in here too. That is amazing, Randy. Thank you, brother, so very much. God bless. We appreciate you more than you know. You and SRB both. That's amazing. So very generous of both of you. God bless both you guys. Thank you again. Welcome, all you new meatballs. Great to have you guys. DKM, welcome. Good to see you. And Miss Kaylee's in the house. Great stuff. Great stuff. Yes, welcome to all the new peeps. Thank you, guys. Wow, that's awesome. What'd I just do? What'd I do? Hold on. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Hold on. I hit the wrong button. You guys got me all flustered with all the memberships there. I didn't know what I was doing. There we go. Good point, Mark. Welcome to the sauce, Miss Kiki. That's awesome. Another meatball. We got 21 meatballs. Maybe more coming. That is awesome. Welcome, Kiki. Love it. Love it. Love it. I'll produce the show. Maybe that might help. There you go. There you go. We all know Randy's a famous music producer. Miss Sarah's in the house. Welcome, Sherry. Hang on, guys.
I don't know why I kept. I can't tell you why my brain kept thinking, no, he didn't kill her. Not that he didn't kill her, but she's still missing. She's still out there. She was taken.
Good Lord, you guys are generous today. Papa G, Hitler's bias. Hit 5 memberships. Thank you, sir. Hold on, y'all. Be patient with me. Let's see. It looks like Jessica D received one. Donna E, KDP, Midwest, the Docket Decoder, who was in here last night with us. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's 5. Thank you so much, Papa G. God bless. Much appreciated, brother. Grateful to have you here, by the way. Very, very generous. And again, welcome, new meatballs. Good to see you. I am me. Thank you for being here today. And again, thank you so much, Papa G. That's amazing. And Miss Sherry, great to see you. I don't know if you heard me. Wonderful to have you back today. All right, guys, on we go. It's awesome. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much, Papa G.
Yes, he's done this to her, and that's not okay. But I swore she was still. I felt in my body she was still alive. She was still out there.
Okay, just to review what we just heard. We heard Jen Soto recount when she's confronted with images of her daughter, who's 13 or younger in the photo, we don't know, being sexually abused orally by her grown man boyfriend, and her initial...
I figured it was. It's great to see you, Papa. I'm glad you're here. We missed you. Been a while. Welcome back. Great to have you here.
reaction is, oh, he needs a lawyer and he has nothing to do with her missing. That's what she's saying there, Gisela. Am I getting that right? I mean, for your viewers as well, I mean, didn't that just strike a chord? Like, what is going on here?
Jaw on the floor. I mean, she always puts Maddie down the way she talks about it, but she builds Stefan Stones up and she wants to protect him. Never believed that he could do this, and she's already, decided, oh, okay, I didn't know that he would have killed her, but maybe someone took her. Even when faced with the photos, with the evidence, with everything laid out in front of her, she's still thinking of protecting Stefan Stearns. It was really a shocking moment.
Yeah, and I think from that point forward, it's been difficult for a lot of people to give Jen Soto a break. Let's get to the timeline now. Again, this is all based upon her statements, Jen Soto's statements about where she was. And we begin on Sunday, February 25th. And this is when there is a birthday party for Madeline. She's having a party. I believe it's at her aunt's or her grandmother's home. And Jen is working. Gisela, just to confirm, where was the party?
The party was at Madeline Soto's grandmother's house, so Jen Soto's mother's house, which Jen Soto did not attend. She was doing work that day, training for a new role at a new job. So that's where it was.
All right, and then you know, you look at that and you're like, well, what's going on? How is the mom not at her daughter's 13th birthday party? That's kind of strange. Let's continue on Sunday, February 25th, because here's where it gets very significant.
Welcome, Jay Lord. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Yes, we definitely missed you, Papa G. It's great to see you, brother. On we go.
10:30 p.m. is when Jen says she arrives home. She speaks with Madeline for the final time, and then Jen believes everyone goes to sleep. Let's take a listen to her talking about that night, because this is crucial evidence.
I got home around 10:30. I started getting ready for bed myself. I started eating and taking my meds because I have to take meds. I sent them upstairs. I think he may have come down at one point to pee before bed. And then he went back upstairs. He went back upstairs and they went to sleep. Or where I think they went to sleep.
What was the last thing, I guess, the conversation that you two had, you and your daughter?
We spoke about her birthday party. She had a birthday party on Sunday. She had a great time. I couldn't make it because I was working. But she had an amazing time. She was so happy with all her gifts. I told her good night, and yeah, that was it.
One of the details that's left out of that part, Paulette, is the part where Jen, and she admits this, that she told Stefan and instructed her daughter to go upstairs with her boyfriend to his bedroom to be alone in that locked room upstairs while she slept after taking her meds downstairs. To me, that's like strike two against this mother, right?
I agree. I think she said she needed some good sleep, which I don't even know what that means in that context. So you think it's okay to send your newly 13-year-old daughter to sleep with a grown man who you've not known for that long? Yes, a couple of years. But to me, that is so very strange. Obviously, she could have had her daughter sleep on her own. So I agree. I think that's the second strike. Also, she just missed her 13-year-old daughter's birthday. So she comes home, she has to eat and take meds, and she doesn't spend any time with her daughter. I know in that interview she said, oh, yes, my daughter had a great time at the party. You found that out in the 10 minutes you spoke to her before sending her to bed with your boyfriend. It paints a very negative picture of her, for sure.
It's bizarre, Gisela. It's just bizarre. The nature of this relationship and the way she's describing this night. And this is the night. This is it. This is it for Madeline. This is her last night on Earth.
Yeah, and Jen Soto didn't seem upset even at that point in these interviews, talking about the last time that she saw her only child, 13-year-old Madeline Soto. So to be like, oh yeah, she was so excited about her party. She wasn't. Madeline Soto's friend said in interviews with the police that she was really upset at her birthday party. She wasn't happy with her gifts. She didn't have the best time. So already there, Jen Soto is lying. So that's almost strike three for me already there. But to say, oh yeah, then I just sent her to bed. Really? After 10 minutes, pretending you watched a movie with her, pretending she loved her gifts. What did you give her? What did you do for her birthday? Oh, so many questions.
Great point. All right, let's move on to the morning now. The following morning, February 26th. 9 a.m., Stefan wakes Jen up, and then Jen leaves around 9:30. Let's take a listen to her describing this morning.
He came in to walk the dog, to put the leash on the dog and walk him.
Was the dog in the room with you?
Yes.
So did he wake you up on purpose, or was it just kind of like the causation of him opening the door and you realizing somebody was there?
Yeah, the causation of him putting the leash on the dog. Like, I have a doctor's appointment. I leave sometime between 9:30 and 9:45. I finished there sometime between 11:15. Then I headed home. When I got home, Stefan was there. I had talked to him a little bit earlier while I was waiting for my blood work appointment, and he let me know, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I left my phone at home by accident. School, everything went over great. She got up super early, got up really quick."
All right, this is another problem, Paulette, that a lot of people have. So she goes to bed the same time as her daughter. Her daughter's got to wake up to go to school. She just doesn't, not at all concerned about her daughter in the morning at all. That's, to me, that's strange. Doesn't see her, doesn't hear her, yet that's not like a big deal to her when she reports her daughter missing.
It didn't seem like a big deal at all. She had just missed her birthday party. You think she would have gotten up the next morning and been there present while her daughter got ready, but she didn't even wake up. The only reason she did wake up is because Stephen Stearns came in, or Stephen Stearns came in to get the dog. So really, she wouldn't have woken up even at that point. She carried on about her day, if we believe her story about what she did that day, like nothing had happened. And yes, I think that's extremely strange for a mother in this situation.
I'm trying to remember. I'm a little bit older, so I don't sleep as much, right? But I'm trying to remember the last time I slept 11 hours. Right? It took an 11 hours. It's 10:30, and she's going to sleep. She's not waking up till 9:30, and she's woken up accidentally. Like, it's 11 hours of sleep. Does that sound credible to you, Gisela? I don't know. Maybe she's a little younger. Maybe you can sleep more. I don't know. She's on meds, right?
Yeah, she was on some medication, so that could have made her more sleepy, but this is pretty extreme. And she just had some training the day before at work, and yet she had 2 days off. And wouldn't it be the perfect time to sleep until 8:30, let's say, and then get Maddie to school on time and then go to your blood work appointment? Like, the timeline would fit perfectly. Why do you need Stefan Stearns to help you at all? Why must Maddie go to school so early? It makes no sense. And she had all sorts of things planned for herself that day, from the blood appointment to the Botox appointment that she canceled.
Welcome, Critical.
I mean, but she wasn't concerned all day
Welcome, Miss
about
Tandy.
Madeline Soto. Not even that she missed her birthday party.
Right. Now let's move to the afternoon, 4 o'clock. Jen, at that point, goes to Madeline's school.
Here's my thing, folks. This is her daughter's 13th birthday party. 13's that's an important time, and especially in a young girl's life, okay? 13. So if she knew she had this training on this day and had to work, schedule the birthday party a different day. That's all you have to do. It doesn't make a difference. That's all you had to do. That tells me she didn't have one thought nor care. And she was always very nasty to Madeline. She was very mean to her. Made nasty comments about her and her being a spoiled brat. Things like this all the time. All the time. She was very disinterested in her daughter's life, and it's disgusting to me. To the point that she sent her off to go sleep with her own boyfriend. Just said, go. I need to sleep. That's more important than you. Made her feel obsolete. Yeah, it's sickening. It's disgusting. She wasn't a mother at all, in my opinion. She was an egg donor. I'm sorry. Incubator. That's it. And she makes me, like, disgusted. To even look at her face disgusts me. Sorry. Not sorry. Take care, Shabazz. Thank you so much for that, bro. Appreciate you. And don't work too hard, brother.
To pick her up. Here she is describing that.
4:04, the bell rings, and I'm waiting. I'm the first in line. And she doesn't come out.
You were in your car?
I was in my car, in the car line, yeah.
Okay.
At this point, it's been a few minutes. She should have been out by now, because she's usually one of the first kids out. She knows I'm in the front line. He said she was missing all day.
And at this point, I start to panic and freak out because that can't be the case. She was dropped off.
All right, so this is crucial, Paulette. Does that sound credible to you? Is that she's been told, fed this info by Stephen Stearns, and that's what she's basing her reaction on here?
Well, I think it's hard to believe she was first in line, like Mom of the Year over there. So I find that a little bit strange. But yes, I mean, she's painting a picture that she believed everything that he said, that drop-off went exactly how it should have, and she carried on with her day, and she went to pick her up.
She should have never had Madeline. Never, ever. She didn't want to be a mother. She didn't want to be bothered with it. She was jealous of her. She made a statement one time, folks, in this, that she was worried, like the Woody Allen situation, that her boyfriend may run off with her daughter. Not in those exact words, but that's what it was, in a sense. That they would end up in a relationship together. Who the hell says that about their own child? At that age, mind you. That is, like, that told me right there. When she made that statement, that is how I judged who she was, in my opinion. That's all I had to hear. It was more than enough, and I was done at that point with her. Then everything else came forward, and it's like, yeah, okay. No. Sorry. Right, exactly. That's period. That tells you who this person is. I don't like to follow a lot of it. Some people during open statements may be uncomfortable, like me, and my eyes will wander. Gotcha.
Just like she always did. So is it plausible? I suppose so. Is it a little bit hard to believe? I think so.
Yeah, it's not a huge house. How she would not hear her daughter in the morning, right? Okay, guests are staying with us. Coming up next.
Good point, Greg.
Why did Jen Soto bring up Woody Allen?
I've always told him that my biggest fear is...
Here it is, right here, guys. Listen to this. This is disgusting.
Woody Allen.
I've always told him that my biggest fear is that this would turn into a Woody Allen situation where the stepdaughter or the dad grooms the child and the child then turns 18 and ends up running away with him.
Two parents face a jury
over the attempted murder of their own daughter.
I showed you a picture of the picture you saw. She was giving a to a grown man, and you told his dad to get him a lawyer. Missing, right? Now you, but then you just thought she was missing, and we were showing you our investigative lead being raped. The was raped, not consensual. Whether she wants to do it or not, that is not consensual.
Now, Jen Soto's not been charged with anything,
DKM.
and investigators have made it clear that they have no evidence of her committing a crime. But so much of her behavior and her statements have made people wonder what was she thinking, what was going on, why is she acting this way? And that's what we're looking at this hour.
Welcome, Crossface. Good to see you today. Thanks for joining me. 100%, Ruby. That is all she was doing. I was going to say that, too. That interview right there, she starts finally crying. She didn't cry at all during the interviews with the news crews when Madeline was first missing. None of that, guys. Not one tear. Not one tear. Meanwhile, she's standing there rubbing the shoulders of the monster, the cretin from hell, okay? That's what she's doing the whole time. Worried about him. He's fake crying and all this other bullshit that went down. In that interview, when they basically put it on her and told her that they're thinking that they're looking at her, she did something wrong. Then she starts crying because she's afraid for herself. That's why. She wasn't crying for her daughter. She was crying for herself. That's the ignorance right there. That's the truth right there.
I'm going to play for you now, probably from my perspective at least. I mean, there's a lot of strange statements and behavior, but this is the most bizarre statement in light of the facts of this case, and perhaps the most potentially...
Where do you guys see Walt? I don't see Walt. Am I blocked? Did you block me, Walt? Must have, because I don't see you. Shouldn't be blocking people. It's not a good thing.
Incriminating statement as to her potential knowledge of what was happening to Madeline over the course of years
okay. Hey,
with her boyfriend, Stephen Stearns. Take a listen.
I've always told him that my biggest fear is that this would turn into a Woody Allen situation where the stepdaughter or the dad group.
I get it now, guys. I get it. Welcome, Phenomenal Mom. Good to see you.
The child, and the child then turns.
And Truth Seeker. Sorry, guys. Good to see you too, Truth Seeker.
18 and ends up running away with him. I told him like that was my biggest fear, and I don't ever want that happening. Like, you can't do that to me. Like,
Why would you say that to him?
Because I never trusted. I grew up being told never trust a man. My mom put that in my body.
You never trusted a man. You were raised to not to trust a man, but you'll send your daughter in there to sleep in the bed with him. What? What? You're kidding me, right? Welcome, Daniela. Good to see you. You just stepped on your own throat right there. Okay? That pure stupidity and ignorance.
Never trust a man.
Okay.
Look, same look that I had, Benny had. Like, what did you just say? What? Wow.
Let me go to my next question based on this, because I don't understand this. Why did Jen Soto bring up Woody Allen? Why did she bring it up to investigators? Why did she allegedly bring it up to Stephen Stearns himself? That's what she's saying. She's telling Stephen Stearns, hey, listen, Steph, I don't want this turned into a Woody Allen situation. You're not going to do that to me, as opposed to grooming my daughter, who is the victim. Let's bring back in our guest helping us figure this out. Gisela Kay, also with us, psychotherapist, CEO of Life Counseling Solutions, Dr. Janie Lacey. Okay, Dr. Janie Lacey, I'll let you go at it first here. Why is she bringing this up? Why would she bring this up to investigators, number one, and allegedly bring it up to Stephen Stearns, number two?
Well, Vinny, in my opinion, she's bringing it up because she has conscious awareness of this being an inappropriate attachment with Stearns and Madeline. And when we think about this Woody Allen reference in particular, to me, she understands the grooming and predatory nature of what could develop. And this wasn't, to me, a sudden realization when you think about, she just said in the clip that you just played, I've always told him this was my fear. So by framing it as a future concern when Madeline turns 18, to me, Jen was doing something that we call psychologically distancing herself from the current reality. And this is what we call cognitive dissonance. She's acknowledging the problem while also enabling it. It's a way for her to express concern without taking a proactive action. So when we think about this Woody Allen reference, that she is showing to me that she's aware of the inappropriate nature, but also minimizing the immediate danger. So she's conceptualizing it, even when we hear the word, as a relationship issue, rather than recognizing it as active abuse. So this kind of thinking allows parents to stay in denial while they also have some level of awareness. So Jen was operating from this place of compartmentalization when we're hearing this interview that you just played, but she also had enough awareness to articulate, Vinny, the concern, but not enough a proactive instinct to act on it. So to me, this suggests that she was someone who was either in deep denial or potentially just complicit.
And Gisela, something that I think a lot of people also hear there that jumps out is, you're not going to do this to me, completely ignoring the fact that you're talking about the grooming.
Bingo, right there, folks. That's how self-centered and selfish this trash is. You're not going to do this to me. Not worrying about her daughter, but herself. As always, with her and the whole relationship they've had, her daughter doesn't matter, but she does. She's number one. She's the most important. Whatever.
Of a girl who was, 8 years old when this all allegedly begins? I mean, the victim is Jen Soto. In Jen's mind, if in fact her daughter gets groomed by a grown man.
And that's just based on the evidence that they have from Stefan's Google Drive. Stefan was in Madeline's life from when she was around 6 years old, so it could have started before then. But that really stood out to me when Jen Soto said, you can't do that to me. And yeah, also saying that I always told Stefan, this was my fear. I mean, why was the Woody Allen situation so fresh in her mind when that dates back to
And I'm going to tell you guys something too. If I was in a relationship with a woman and she's told me, or starting a relationship with a woman, and she came to me and said, and she had a child, well, my biggest fear is that my daughter is you're going to groom my daughter and she's going to run off with you. And what? Bye. Nice knowing you. I'm out. See ya. Now, he's different because he's not human. Okay. But again, these two, in a sense, deserved each other, in my opinion. This is disgusting. Right. That's how it looks, Kiki. Got rid of the competition. And I'm telling you, folks, it's very hard for me to believe that she didn't have hands-on in this situation. It's very hard to believe that. Yeah, beyond sick in the head, Brainy. There's a whole different level, in my opinion, to even think that way. Right, Ruby. Right. Exactly. See, you guys all get it. Welcome, Miss Annie. Chili in 85. That's crazy that it's chilly for you. That's nuts. Yeah, right. Bye. Right, Mark. I'm out the door, but obviously not with this guy. It almost sounds like she gave him the damn idea by even saying that. That's Walt, J Lord. It's just gross, guys. This is beyond disgusting. Hence the trigger warnings and all that. This is why Alicia can't hardly watch this, because she wants to do bad things to this woman, truly, and other things. So, and I understand it fully. That's why I throw these warnings out ahead of time, because with this case, because I have issues with it. So
1997, except for maybe they watched, and that would be quite sickening to think about if Stern suggested this, the HBO documentary that I think came out in 2021 about Woody Allen. So I don't know if that's why,
okay,
but it's
no
a little
problem,
odd to bring it up on her 8th interview. This was her.
I might also interpret what she said as, he did it to someone else in the past. You're not going to do it to me like you did that other person. However you look at it, could be, Meanie. That's actually a good theory. I never thought of that. Very well could be, because I fully believe that this cretin has done this before Madeline. In my opinion, he had to have. Okay. It just feels like it. So I truly do feel like I can agree on that one. Yeah. That's what I was saying. She planted a seed in his mind, and he took it and ran with it, in a sense. You can look at it that way, too. It definitely triggering, guys. He had his pre-trial. That's what I'm going to show you guys real quick here after we get through this. But very secretive I kind of like hip. Oh, yeah. Absolutely, Meanie. Absolutely. Angel D! What's happening, Angel? Good to see you, dear.
8th interview, including the 2 media interviews. She's just bringing it up randomly while the police were asking about the sleeping arrangements. To insert that into the conversation is a huge incriminating red flag.
And she also said it was ingrained in her, Dr. Jenny Lacey, never trust a man. But you can have a man upstairs in a locked bedroom with your daughter. That makes no sense. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe we've got to see that. But, my apologies, ladies and gentlemen. But go ahead, Dr. Jenny Lacey.
Right. We see the contradiction in her statement, Vinny, that on one hand, never to trust the man, but on the other hand, she's trusting this man with the most precious thing that she has, and that is her daughter. So it shows, which is why I reference compartmentalization. When we see that when people compartmentalizing, it's in the contradiction, the truth lies, which is why I would suggest that she had some level of awareness, consciousness of the inappropriate nature that was happening in her home, but potentially because her own unhealed self has allowed and enabled this and projected whatever may have been in her own background, which I would probably suggest there's probably a lot of trauma in her own background. And then this trauma repetition, putting herself and her daughter in the same exact situation potentially that she herself has gone through. And that's why she's making these references when we watch this interview. So to me, there's something really deep denial that she has, and just her being complicit. She knew subconsciously, consciously, there was an awareness there.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
All right, Gisela K, thank you so much. Great to have you tonight. Dr. Jane Lacey's going to stick around. Up next, What does Jen's behavior reveal? I'm Vinny Politan. We continue our investigation of the death of 13-year-old Madeline Soto, whose life was anything but normal and happy. She was a girl who was told by her mother to share a bed with a grown man who is now accused of molesting and murdering her. Here's the story. Stephen Stearns was arrested in March of 2024 in connection with the murder of 13-year-old Madeline Soto in Kissimmee, Florida. After Madeline was reported missing, authorities launched an extensive search, ultimately discovering her body in a remote area of Osceola County. The medical examiner determined she had been strangled. Investigators quickly focused on Stearns, the boyfriend of Madeline's mother, Jen Soto. Evidence revealed that Stearns had been allegedly sexually abusing Madeline for years. He was charged with first-degree murder, capital sexual battery, and possession of sexual abuse material. Stearns is currently in custody awaiting his upcoming trial and could face the death penalty if convicted in a second trial for Madeline's murder. Meanwhile, Madeline's mother, Jen, has not been charged and may testify against her ex-boyfriend, Stephen Stearns.
Only by being forced, in my opinion, because when this first went down, she went to his dad and said, you need to get him a good lawyer. Like, she was taking up for him. Are you serious? Are you serious? She ain't doing it by choice. She's doing it because she's being forced to do it to protect herself. That's my opinion. You weak-minded piece of trash. I can't stand this woman. She's not a woman to me. You are just, those two deserve each other, in my opinion, truly. I'm so disgusted by this. It makes me, I can't even explain it, you guys. Lucci. Welcome, dear. Yeah, thank you. Vile is a great word for it. You're being nice, Jen. Or I'm sorry, Lucy. I feel the same way, Jay. I do. Something's not right. No problem, Randy. Take your turn. Time. Bullshit here.
Jen Soto has spoken publicly. She's spoken on television and interviews when Madeline was first missing. She spoke in multiple police interviews. She never exercised her Fifth Amendment right to not say anything, her right to remain silent. She continued to speak. But a lot of things that she has said through the course of this have had people, myself included, scratching their heads trying to figure out what exactly is going on with Jen Soto. Why does she say these things? Why does she act this way? Why did she do what she did? Why did she allow to happen what happened in this case involving her daughter? So right now, let's take a look at some of the statements that have been made by Jen Soto during the course of this investigation.
I feel like I can't breathe. All I keep thinking about is, where is she? Is she safe? Is she okay?
What's her name?
Madeline. Madeline.
Madeline. Last name?
Soto. S-O-T-O.
S-O-T-O?
Yeah.
You guys are sleeping in the same bed together. You guys are all cohabitating. She's not sleeping in her room. But you felt the need to establish a rule that they couldn't sleep in the same room. But when you established that rule, for 3 years, she's already been dating him, essentially. Whether that's legal or not.
I had no idea. If I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever the you want, but I don't know anything. He's never mentioned anything. I've never seen any signs. I tried watching her like a hawk. I thought I was doing a good job, but I wasn't. I was oblivious to everything. 4 years?
Minimum. That's just how that far back the cloud goes.
What's Stefan's relationship with? What's their relationship like?
I was gonna say really good. Super great. He's always been super sweet and kind to her. Very accepting, warming, understanding of her because she's got ADHD, so she's kind of a little, I'll say abnormal. In the sense, like, she doesn't act like every other kid. But you have to have extra patience and understanding for her. And he does that really well.
Do you think it's possible that Stefan and her are having a sexual relationship?
Before those images, I would have said absolutely not. But if you're telling me that on the other side of that penis that they showed me was her with her mouth, then there's nothing else I can believe. That has to be true.
I showed you a picture of the picture you saw. She was giving a to a grown man, and you told his dad to get him a lawyer. Who the cares if we think he killed her?
I don't know why. I don't know why I said that.
But that's the problem. You don't know why. So the reaction in your mind is you are continuously protecting this guy. So why do I sit here and believe that you don't? Does your role in her life lead this to happen? I'll be honest. Yes. Since she was a child, since her victimization started, it occurred under your roof, and you acted like it didn't exist.
Her actions, her reactions, her statements bring us to the next question in our investigation. What does Jen's behavior reveal here? What does it reveal about her? What does it reveal about what happened to Madeline? Here to help answer that question, Dr. Janie Lacey. Also joining us, former prosecutor Margaret McLean. She's also the host of It's a Crime with Margaret McLean. Thank you both. Margaret, I'll begin with you. As you see her and listen to her and watch her, what does it reveal to you about Jen Soto?
Well, as a former prosecutor, I worked with battered women and, rape victims. I feel that this woman has such extreme level of self-esteem that she would actually gift her daughter to this predator and think that that was okay. And I noticed in the clips you played that she really does. She has fake tears, but I felt she lacked emotion. And I'd like to dig deeper into what this woman's past was to, allow this grooming behavior to go on for years and years and years. And almost feel that she was maybe being praised by this, the predator. I hate to even say his name, Stephen Stearns, but maybe he praised her because she wouldn't engage in those types of sexual acts. She wanted to keep him. She was desperate for him. And again, that goes back to his severe low self-esteem and perhaps issues that went on in her childhood. But
Yeah, if she was pregnant, the autopsy would have called, and he'd have been being charged with more than one homicide. Okay, there's that too, guys. Remember that.
Very disturbing and not normal behavior. And I also think she may lack some intelligence.
Dr. Janie Lacey, what is her behavior revealing to you?
Well, her behavior, Vinny, reveals a lot. But if we look at even after being shown evidence of abuse, her initial response was to protect Stearns. And right, this is highly, we can all say, unusual maternal behavior, especially when a child is missing. And we think about her normalizing inappropriate sleeping arrangements and the casual way she described sending them upstairs shows this normalization of concerning behavior. And then we think about the interviews that you played, right? The law enforcement officer like immediately identified her credibility issues and so to me, there's some deceptive behavioral patterns that we can see. And it could be a couple things, right? It could be that compartmentalization, her ability to separate awareness from action because of her own past untreated trauma.
I don't know. I swear I remember hearing something about it, Jay, but I can't remember for sure. So many different cases and stuff, but yeah. I hope your head's feeling better today, Meg. Michael Green, good to see you. That's a good question, you guys. I would imagine that they would have been able to tell something. I'm sure blood work, you know, when they pulled it, they have to draw blood for toxicology per se. So I would imagine some way or another they would have tested that too. Yeah, they do. They do sometimes, but it's just we haven't touched on this for a while. Agreed. No, you don't have to be sorry, Meanie. You're right. Let's see. I can't either, Annie. That's what I'm saying. I'm thinking now, and I can't remember if she did a polygraph or not. I mean, they wouldn't be able to use it anyway, but I can imagine she'd have failed it. Just, I truly believe she would.
And this trauma bonding with this attachment to Stearns, despite the evidence of that he's harmed her child. Like even her saying, well, you're showing me the video, so I have to believe it, which goes back to that cognitive dissonance. She's holding contradictory beliefs simultaneously. And perhaps this is maybe learned, making some assessments here, in my opinion, but maybe there's learned helplessness, this pattern of her not protecting due to her own trauma history. So, you know, a couple of things that her behavior would tell me that her possible history of her own abuse led her to normalize a lot of dysfunction. We can all see this, especially our maternal instincts. And then as she mentioned in the interview that we watched, this potential possible substance abuse affecting her judgment and her memory. But either way, you know, the severe disassociation from her trauma or conscious participating in covering up the abuse is just classic signs of someone caught between multiple loyalties, potentially from her own history. So, you know, her behavior to me shows that she has awareness of inappropriate dynamics, Vinny, but yet doesn't protect her child, whether this represents her criminal complacency or just her psychological dysfunction from her own trauma, which even in the interviews that you showed, the investigators even determined that.
Yeah, Margaret, we have about a minute left, a little less than a minute. As Dr. Janie Lacey referenced, the detective was very skeptical of her. Are you surprised that she has not been charged with anything?
If I were the prosecutor, I would charge her with an accessory, at least to the sexual abuse. And I don't understand that because I don't see where they would even use her in this first trial, perhaps in the murder trial. But to me, there's just enough evidence against Stearns that, you know, I would go ahead and charge her. It's disgusting. And I feel that as a mother myself, she really let her daughter down and she committed multiple crimes by allowing this poor girl to be groomed like that.
All right.
Awful.
Margaret McLean's going to stay with us. Dr. Janie Lacey, thank you so much. Still to come, what do we know about Jen's relationship with Stephanie Stearns?
And Koberger accepted a plea offer.
A shocking turn of events.
Have you plead guilty or not?
He's kind of a little hoarder and a collector. So just my house was always a mess and never the way that I wanted it to look. Or the clutter just gave me anxiety. So I asked him to move upstairs and he did. And he lived upstairs until December of last year. And then he moved to Northport, Florida with his parents, but they had promised him a job, but that fell through. So we were in the process of trying to get him to come back up here to get his job back at Disney and for him to move back into the house for a little bit. I'm not sure long term. I know temporarily I was willing to accept it back.
Was that something out of convenience for him?
I agree, Meanie.
A little bit of both. We missed him. And I wanted to help him out.
We missed him. Did you catch that? We missed him. Madeline missed the molester in the house. She missed the hairy, flubby old man who would molest her and record her on video while doing it, allegedly. That's what she missed. Anyhow, you heard that description. He's messy. He's a hoarder. He was trying to get a job. He's out of work. Like, what's going on here? I want you to take a listen to Jen Soto's friend describing Stephen Stern.
And then,
yeah, this guy was a loser at every aspect, every angle, every bit of him completely. And she supported him more than her own child. It's got to make you sick.
she hooked up with that guy,
Okay.
Stefan. And I, again, just trying to remember, we probably knew them maybe another 4 to 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we didn't like him.
You didn't like Stefan, or why not?
He was a scumbag.
Oh, yeah.
We knew. Not that he would do that.
Right.
Never. I never had that, But he didn't have a job.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't hold a job. Was proud about painting these stupid little...
I believe he actually filmed one of the roommates from under the door one time, too, on his phone or something like that he was caught doing that. I mean, the dude was absolute, disgusting, just trash. Evil. I mean, this is something that, like I said, he's an oxygen thief. He doesn't deserve to breathe the same air that any of us do. It's a waste of human life. Sorry to say that, folks, but he truly is a waste of human life and oxygen. There's nothing good, even remotely, within this monster's body. It's nothing. There's no soul. Welcome, MH. Good to see you.
Plastic soldiers.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, oh my God, I was just like, I resented that he got, I don't know how he stayed alive. Most of us have to work. And I thought they had split up at that point.
Okay.
Honestly, I thought they had split up. And I know Courtney said at that point they were having some issues. And Courtney said to Jen, leave him. You don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You don't usually interfere in somebody's business like that.
Right.
But he was pretty bad enough that she was like, leave him.
Okay, the friends are saying leave him. He doesn't work. He paints little toy soldiers. He's a hoarder. He doesn't have a job. What is going on here? Brings us to the next question in our investigation. What do we know about Jen's relationship with Stephen Stearns? Like, what is going on? You're still here with us, helping us with our investigation, Paulette Lofton and Margaret McLean. Paulette, I'm trying to understand this. Like, they were sort of broken up. We missed him. He lives upstairs, like in his own room. What is going on in this relationship?
It doesn't sound like a lot of love. It really sounds like a roommate situation. It sounds like a friendship. We missed him. We wanted to help him out, kind of get him back on his feet.
No, she needed a babysitter. That's what it was. Is that this guy distracted the child, kept her out of Jen's face, gave her space so she could sleep and do her thing because she didn't want to be a mother because she wasn't. And that's what it was. That's what she missed, was the babysitter that she had, that she handed her daughter off to this monster. And that's what he did. He kept her distracted so that Jen could live her life without having to be a mother. That's my opinion, but that's exactly what I see right here, folks. And I always have with this case. So, yeah, we need to get you in there, Meg. Send that email over to Brandy if you could, and she'll get you the link and get you in there as soon as possible, hon. Please and thank you.
So I don't think in any of the interviews I ever saw her talk about him in a loving way. I mean, she definitely expressed she had no idea that there was a relationship going on. She said she was brought up not to trust men, but then obviously with her actions, we can tell that she did in fact trust him with her daughter. So it does seem to me that this relationship was one more of convenience than love.
All right, Margaret, you ready to blush? Because I'm going to blush when I read this. This is investigators' conversation with Jen. This comes from some documents. I asked Jennifer to explain her and Stefan's sex life, which she described as vanilla. Stefan would want to have, shall I call it, alternative sex with Jennifer, but she said she didn't want to. I got one more. This is Stern's friend. I asked Frank if he had any conversations with Stefan about his sex life. Frank stated no. However, they would be out and an adult female would be interested in Stefan, and Stefan showed zero interest. Frank said Stefan was talking about he and Jennifer ending their relationship, and Madeline's name came up during that conversation. He was more upset about the bond he created with Madeline than having a relationship with Jennifer. So what's going on here, Margaret?
Well, I think Jennifer is just a desperate
Welcome,
woman,
Samira.
and they broke up multiple times. She always took him back, and in my opinion, maybe in order to keep him, she gifted her daughter to him, and he was happy with that, as we know. So, I mean, the relationship was really, really screwed up, and this woman, Jennifer, was just, despicable. But I do.
And he says babysitter and paycheck. They go $300 plus Botox filler. She canceled her Botox because something about it didn't feel right. Filler expensive too. Earlier photos. She was not new to face treatments. Well, they didn't help, in my opinion, Annie. Just saying. Great to see you, Samira. Thanks for joining us today, dear.
I think that, and my understanding too was when they were broken up, she still allowed Stefan to go up and sleep with Madeline, right? Which is just, that to me, that really shows a very, very desperate woman with no self-esteem and a troubled childhood.
Yeah, but Paulette, I think about these two, right? It seems neither one of them works that much. She had just started this new job. He was supposed to get a job, I think, with his father, and that didn't work out for him. Father's kind of smart. He likes to play with his toys. He likes to paint little figurines. No one seems to have money. They have people living in the house. Like Stefan Stearns got his room, and then there's boarders in the house too. It's not a huge house. It's not small by any means, but it's not huge either.
She gave this piece of shit a bedroom, okay, with a door and a lock, and took her daughter, moved her into the living room, and put up dividers. That's what that tells you how much she cared about her child, okay? Insane.
Just it's almost like they're living together in a flop house, and the daughter has her bedroom, which apparently she doesn't sleep in the living room. Like everything is just completely disarray, and so sad for Madeline.
I agree. This is such an odd situation. And I really do think if this actually goes to trial, that's what the jury is going to struggle with. It's going to be really hard for them to believe mom or Stefan Stearns, because who would want their young child living in this situation, especially with boarders or roommates that you don't really know? That's a threat to begin with. And then you add on top a mom who is leaving this impressionable child with this man who she's not really in a loving relationship with, and is allowing them to sleep together in the bed. I just feel like a jury is going to have so many issues listening to this and not be able to find commonality or understanding with the defendant, or if Jen testifies, with Jen, because this is so abnormal.
Yeah, and I just hope that prosecutors are able to keep the focus on Stefan Stearns, the one on trial, because I know the defense will try to divert attention to Jen Soto, because that's where the audience goes. That's where all of us go. Like, what's going on with mom? But we have to remember Stefan Stearns is the one who's going to be on trial. Paulette Lofton, Margaret McLean, great to have you both with us. Thank you so much. Now, I don't know what Jen Soto was thinking while all this was happening to her daughter. What I do know is that her statements and reactions don't make sense to me. And there's a chance it may not sit well with jurors either. The question is, though, will that take the focus off of the accused sex offending murderer, Stefan Stearns? I'm Vinnie Politan. We'll keep digging for answers as the investigation continues.
Thank you, Benny. So, there's that. Hold on a minute here. He doesn't even deserve his damn name, folks. Doesn't even deserve his name. This guy is such a pathetic wuss, okay? He wouldn't even go to his first hearing, his first arraignment, because he was scared. You should be scared. You should be scared. All right, hold on here. One minute. And if you listen to the phone calls, I played those between him and his parents. But he's really, really got, well, I don't think they believe him fully, but he's trying to snow his parents, okay? And they're trying to put it all, every bit of it on Jen. That he didn't do this and that this and that and everything else. Listen to it. And it's insane. It's truly insane. They both, in my opinion, are responsible. And both of them should do they should both be held accountable, in my opinion. Yeah, 100%, Sherry. He should be. He should be. The things that Ashley Banfield was saying about Brian Koberger should be directed at this cretin from hell.
This case is asking that Mr. Stearns be free of the legal as either use of the leg brace or the stun cuff, and we're also asking for the use of a regular writing test, specifically maybe a belt pin in this case.
All right, so you've got.
Agreed, Raquel. He's sorry for my language, folks, but I have nothing good that I can say, but he's such a bitch. This guy is such a bitch, a pussy ass cretin bitch. I can't stand, I would love, just give me 5 minutes in a room with a door that doesn't open, that's locked down. Give me 5 minutes is all I'm saying. And I will walk away a smiling person.
The defendant, Stephen Stearns, accused child molester, accused child murderer, and facing a potential death penalty in his second trial, facing life in his first trial, which starts next week. His attorney asking that he just be able to sit at counsel table like anyone else and have no form of restraint at all. Take a look here. This is the deputy from the Osceola County Sheriff's Office showing the judge a stun cuff, which is...
Oh, Jesse, it's worth $100 to me to be able to talk that way about him. It truly is. It gives me slight feelings of joy when I say it, because I really, you have no clue how much I detest this unhuman being, whatever the hell he is. But you're right. You're right.
I believe that's what Sarah Boone had. You put that on your leg, and then if you suddenly dart out or go to attack someone, you'll get the shock of your life. The judge apparently did not want that. The defense argued against it, saying sometimes they accidentally go off. So instead, he's going to get a restrictive leg brace. So he will not be able to run anywhere. He'll have leg brace, but he's going to wear the suit, the tie. The jury won't see it. You know, there won't be any prejudice against him. His feet will be under the table, and that's where his a leg brace will be that will keep him where he needs to be. So that's the latest. But what I want to talk about here are the charges in this first trial. And he's facing life in prison for these charges. And I just have to remind you, all this stuff was found on his cell phone and on his Google Drive, which he said he accidentally did a factory reset on, but they were able to extract the information because it repopulated. Take a look. Upon reviewing the contents of Stephen's phone, several images and videos were located which depicted the missing juvenile. Now, this is Madeline Soto, who was missing at the time. Then they found her body later on that week with her breasts, her other private parts in the front and in the back, as the focal point of the pictures and videos that are on his phone. There were also pictures and videos depicting Madeline Soto, the missing juvenile's private parts and mouth being penetrated by a male private part. And they're going to match it all up to Stephen Stearns. Those are the allegations. So with that in mind, like, this is evidence that is on video and on photographs that are on his Google Drive, on his phone. So What on earth is his defense? Let's bring back in our think tank Al Wunsch, Darnell Cross, Jennifer Brandt. Sorry, Jennifer. Okay. Darnell, what's the defense? Like, how do you defend that? What do you do?
Well, when you say the words in your opening, like allegedly depicting or something like that, that gives the defense the tee off. I mean, so it sounds like they're going to say, AI is in play. Can you be sure that this is his? They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt how it got there. That is the little girl that you see. So I haven't seen the pictures, but if there's any possibility that they could sort of show a distortion in these pictures and say that we can't say for sure that it's the little girl or that it was the defendant or that he's the one who placed it there, they're going to have to go down that road. I don't buy it, but that seems like the tee off where they might start.
Question,
so it's a combination, Jennifer, of still images and videos. So you hear the voice, you hear the voices. It shouldn't be too much of a challenge to authenticate it. I believe there are some marks on that guy's nether region, apparently, that it can be positively identified by some sort of marking or something. I don't want to see it. We won't see it. The jury's going to be the only ones going to see all this stuff because you can't put it up on the screen in the courtroom. It's child pornography. Like, what do you think his defense is going to? Is he going to try to say it's not me?
I don't know what he's going to say, Vinny.
I have a thought on this, MH. They never said, but it was known that they were giving her drugs, like certain types of medications. Now, I don't know if they said it was to help her sleep. I think she was being drugged to keep her asleep. And I think that she very likely, this is just my theory, and there's nothing to support this as a factual thing. So it's purely alleged and absolutely purely speculation. But I think that she was given medication. She's also been getting older, growing up more. Things are changing. And maybe was not enough to keep her asleep. And she woke up in the midst of a situation and tried to fight back. Maybe scream, whatever. And he shut her down. That's what I think happened. That's my opinion. If it ever comes out, we'll know. And it's going to be hard because I want to cover this trial, but this is a very triggering case in a lot of ways. So I don't know who's going to be here or who's not. But I do want to cover his trial. I don't believe so, Sherry, because I think he would have been charged with an extra charge, a secondary murder charge. And it would have showed up in the autopsy, in my opinion. So, can you imagine if the defense lawyer stands in court and says the police are doing the same thing to my clients as they did to... No, no, that would be wild, Brian. Or Mark, that's nothing like that with this. This is clean cut all the way. This dude deserves to go straight to hell and, first class. So, yeah.
I mean, he tried to erase it, and now they have it. And what could he possibly say? I mean, I think, as you pointed out, they'll be able to identify him.
No worries, MA.
From certain markings. And, it's just so disturbing. I can't even.
Agreed, MH. This little girl did not have a chance at any kind of a life ever. I believe this started when she was probably 6. And just turned 13. She had no life, no quality of life. The only attention she got was from this monster, and it was all negative and disgusting. Her mother didn't give two shits about her. Her father loved her. Her father wanted a relationship with her, but the mother was such a brain-dead asshole that she didn't see. It was all about competition with that. She had to be the one to be in charge. And then, so Tyler, the father, wasn't allowed. And they were kept away. And I think he was kept away on purpose by this fool right here as he got involved. That's what I think happened. Maddie's friend, one of a few, said Maddie was mad. Jen says opposite of true. No, she was mad. Maddie was trying to let people know that this was going on. Maddie made a statement that when she turned 13, she wanted to move out into the woods. Who says that? You know what I mean? There's obvious reasons she wanted to get away. from her mother allowing this monster to do the things he was doing to her. Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying, Raquel. It was every single night, I believe, because she was always tired and groggy, very hard to wake up, Jen had said, things like that. So it tells, what it is. Yeah, absolutely, Taylor. Maddie calling Stephen Stearns from her not so fun birthday party. Mr. Stearns said, Stephen, what happened? You took Maddie's call and bolted. No idea, but yeah. Right. Thank you, Randy. Birthday was not the success according to Maddie's friend. Running away was more clear. Mom and Stephen had, yeah. Before she came out and told the story that was going to do this to them right there, they had to stop it. That's my opinion too. As part of the one of the angles I've seen this from. That's a good point. If nothing else, why wasn't she? She was given limited immunity if she were to be able to testify to what she knew. But there was a condition that if they find out she's lying, then that's pulled back and whatever. So I don't know why are you giving this piece of shit immunity for what she did to her own child? I don't charge them both. Run it all the way. That's my opinion. Literally, it's super difficult. I've been tracking crimes astrologically for over 2 decades, and deaths, all manners, known homicide. At least type of crime is this kind. Oh, yeah. Agreed. Lucy, it's very hard. I know. It's hard for me to run this without getting... it gets my blood pressure up. I get angry immediately. Yeah, she don't deserve it at all. But it needs to be seen and heard so the world knows that these cretins are out here. And poor Madeline, somebody needs to be her voice. Truly. Absolutely. Truly.
I don't think there's anything that anybody could say about this, and I don't know what kind of defense he'll even put on, because I really don't think there's any way out of it for him. There's these pictures, they speak for themselves, and I think it's going to be pretty easy to identify who's on them. And if it's not this little girl, then it's some little girl.
Exactly, Michael. That's a really good way to put it. This poor little girl never had any kind of a life. She never had a chance. If her father would have gotten a hold of her, she'd have had an amazing life. They had a great relationship. She was normal, allowed to be normal when she was around him. She was outgoing and things like that. This is a beautiful little, sweet little girl that they took everything from her. Everything. The limited time she was on this planet, they took it all away from her. And this had to be pure misery. And this upsets me so bad, guys. I break down on this one. I get emotional. It's just beyond sad to me. Welcome, Typically Unique.
It's horrible, no matter what.
Yeah, Al, the other thing that they can do in these photographs is they can identify the rooms, because they've been in that. It's the house that Jen Soto's been living in for all these years, so they can identify certain things from the background of the photos as well. So it's very obvious to investigators. It was.
Wow, Stuart. Years ago, when my stepson was 7, he was nearly taken by a delivery driver. My wife tracked down the driver and ran him over. Holy shit. Well, we have to protect our children in any way, fashion that we can, Stuart. So, good for her. That's all I can say. I'd have done the same thing for my child. It's insane and it's sad that it happened, but you got to protect your child. That's it. And we need to do a lot more of that nowadays, sadly. But yeah, the craziest part about that is the patterns and recurring trends. 1,000,000% exist among charts that are of similar nature. So it is 100% possible to look for these essay indications on, have an idea. Oh, really, Heather? That's crazy. I never knew that. Awesome. That's interesting, right? The police did nothing. Well, could you blame them, Stuart? I wouldn't have. I'd have turned and looked the other direction, and good for her, because that's what we have to do, whatever we have to do to protect our children these days, folks. That's it. That was the first time ever for Stefan to take Maddie to school, according to people. Why? A plan, bullshit, planned snuff. Yeah, I can understand that and agree, Annie. Yeah, in my opinion, I agree. Hopefully they did fix the car.
These cases rarely go to trial, right? I mean, how often does someone go to trial, with a bunch of images that are found on his phone?
No, the only time it ever goes to trial is if there's a legitimate defense that his system has been hacked, or as Darnell said, that these were AI generated or something along those lines. There's no way, any of this, it would be a defense that he's going to be able to use whatsoever on this. And the factory reset situation is going to be one of the biggest problems he'd have to try to explain. It's insane that they're going to trial on this, but quite honestly, under the circumstances, if there's not an offer that makes any sense, why not give it a shot? Because you never know. You can maybe convince one member of the jury that he's not a sick individual.
Well,
who's done this
the
to this
biggest
poor
mitigating
girl.
factor at sentencing is always accepting responsibility for your actions. He has an
That's
opportunity.
true.
He could just plead guilty to all the charges. That that's me. I did it. I'm guilty. And
Maybe
then,
this is the devil made me do it again.
Yeah, and have something else. Anyway, a lot of these.
All right, I got one more, and then we're out of this one, guys, and we can move on and take a breath. Hold on here. One second. This case has been so slow going, too. Like, this trial should have been started already, in my opinion. All right. Hang on. Yes, we can, SRB. It won't be like that other one here. 1 minute. And I'm probably not even going to play the whole thing either, guys, so just hang on.
Three preliminary trial matters. This are scheduled for 1 hour. Ms. Smith, I don't have a preference on what order you handle your motions. Would you like to address first? Mr. Johnson, my apologies.
No problem. Taking on the first motion, Alex Johnson for the defense. We'd like to address defendant's motion to remove newspapers from courthouse during pendency proceedings.
All right, thank you.
As to argument for this motion, defense did have a pre-mark this morning. I would move into evidence as one, what's been pre-marked today. A copy of the Osceola News Gazette that was present in the lobby this morning, which directly addresses the Stephen Stearns trial that began July 22nd. The front page of the newspaper.
But you guys might have lucked out. The sound, as typical, the audio sucks on this, so we may not be doing this. Yeah, I know, Randy. We're going to cover it. Yeah. Nope. Not going to happen. We can't hear it, so you lucked out on that one. Virginia Wolf, good to see you, brother. Good to have you here. Right. Well, we're done with that for today. 1 minute here. One minute. Hold on. Okay, guys. So we're gonna catch up with the Jack. We're gonna catch up on the Jack and Lily Sullivan situation, the two missing children from Nova Scotia, Canada. We're done with the Step and Stern stuff. You guys can breathe now, and you can unmute Alicia if you can hear me. Obviously, you can't if you are muted. Thank you, SRB. You got it. All right. Yeah, we're good. So again, this is the two children missing out of Nova Scotia, Canada. Jack and Lily Sullivan been missing for going on 3 months now, I think. And I'm just gonna give you guys some updates in that, and then we'll move on to the Idaho 4 stuff.
So this is the patio.
This is the patio door
that Jack and Lily would have.
that Jack and Lily came out of.
So it's the morning of May 2nd. Take me through what happened.
Okay, I was up at 6 o'clock, sat in there and had my tea, and then on
Welcome,
Facebook,
Don.
7 o'clock, I get up, come over here, fed my chickens. My brother, Ron, called me at 8:48 and asked me if I wanted to go to town with him. And I said, no. I said, I'm staying home. I said, I'm going back to bed. Okay, I went and I laid down. Next thing you know, my dog started barking and the kids were out in the yard. Now, you can see there's 2 swings where the kids play. My bedroom is right there. I heard the kids. This is where the kids' swings are. This is where they always played.
And so that's where
I heard them. And I can hear everything in that trailer. If 2 kids get out of a fence.
Yeah, this is Janie, Daniel Martel's mother, the stepmother that they refer to him as. She lives in that camper. And I had always asked that question, like, where were you when this happened and how did you not hear or see anything? So here you go, guys.
And Jack and Lily are all the time yelling, especially Lily. Come on, Jackie. Come on, Jackie. Let's go, Jackie. Let's go, Jackie. It's all I hear out here. When the kids get out of the fence and come out through here.
Well, it sounds like she's irritated with it. Jesus, come on, lady. Calm down. As long as there are nerds clusters in my bag, you have me. Okay, Annie. Well, that's awesome. You can send some my way. I love those things. The chewy, gummy ones, those are awesome.
I would have heard them yelling, come on, Jackie, let's go, Jackie, let's go. I didn't hear anything. The next thing I heard is I heard Daniel yelling. He was yelling for Jack and Lily. I didn't get up because I thought he was yelling for Jack and Lily in the house.
Look in Discord, Alicia. I sent you a message, hon.
So the next thing you know, I came out of the trailer after I heard Daniel, about, I'd say, 10 minutes after I heard him, I come out of the trailer. I opened up the door, was standing here. Malaya was standing right here with Meadow on her hip. And I come out and I said, what's up? She said, Jack and Lily are missing. I said, how long? She said, about 20 minutes. I closed the door, got my boots on, came out here, ran up in the woods. Just right up here. The kids have a little fort that they made out of sticks and fir branches. And that's where they go. You can see them and hear them. We went for walks in the woods. I had to practically carry Jack through the woods because there was no way that he was walking through all that tree falls and bushes. I did this whole area. There's an old road up back. When I got up to the top of the hill, I met Daniel. And I said to him, I said, did you find them? He said, no. He said, you coming with me? I said, no. I said, I'm going to search this area. Because when she told me the kids were missing, you automatically think they went into the woods. That was my first instinct. So I went up and I did this whole area, this whole wooded area, right up to the top of the dirt road, came back down here. And
I don't know. It does seem like she's irritated, doesn't it? I mean, she seems like yelling and like just aggravated. I don't know. Maybe she's just a hyper person, or maybe she is irritated about this. I don't know.
And came back down the side of the road, back
What's
down
up,
here and came
Scott?
up at the same spot. I went back into the house. By the time the cops were here, I don't know exactly what time. I didn't take my phone. The cops were here. There was a bench sitting here, or a sawhorse. It's over there. Was sitting here. I was sitting on it, bawling my eyes out. I was crying because I blame myself for not getting up that morning to see the kids. Because if I would have got up, this would have never happened. Okay? That's why I was crying.
Yeah, but it's not really your responsibility there, lady. So, just saying, but okay.
We've heard a lot about the patio door.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's go see that.
Sure.
So this is the patio door.
This is the patio door.
That Jack and Lily would have.
That Jack and Lily came out of.
And so tell us why we've heard about the patio door.
Because everybody's saying on Facebook, on YouTube, on TikTok that the patio door.
No, I can understand too, Alicia. I was, she's right there. And I feel the same way as, a grandparent per se. If I was in that situation, I'd be blaming myself too. I completely get it, but it's really, it's not her responsibility, but I get it at the same time, because you're right there. You feel like I could have prevented this. I could have been the one to make sure that we wouldn't be in this situation. I just didn't want to get up. I understand. But again, she's lived her life. She raised her kids. So she probably feels like I just said, that this wasn't going to happen. They have parents. This is so on and so forth. This is Daniel Martel's mother that lives in the camper in the back. So I get it. And you're right, Alicia, wholeheartedly. I believe that.
Makes a noise. And why they didn't hear the door open. The bedroom is back there, okay?
That far window.
The
there.
last window is the bedroom.
And so they would have come out this door.
They would have come out this door.
That morning.
Yes.
And then they went and played on the swing set.
Yes.
And that's when you heard them.
That's when I heard them. Right here in this area here. I plan on putting a pool up this year for the kids. You need level ground for a pool. That's what I was doing. I was leveling out the ground to set up a pool.
And this is the Thursday.
This is Thursday.
Right.
Friday, all the investigators, search and rescue and everything. Right around here was where they found the only footprint.
This is where the boot.
Here's another thing I have with this, okay? Those doors, guys, I lived in a house that had those doors before. They're heavy. They're not light, okay? And those are both small children, both of them. And I imagine you got to reach up to the handle and be able to pull that open. Every door I've ever used that's like that is heavy. It's not it's not like a screen door, okay? It's heavy. It is heavy. It's solid glass and metal. Double, triple, quad, 4-pane glass. Okay, there's 4 panes of glass in those doors. The wood framing, the metal that's in there, and all the hardware. I can't imagine how a child could open that door. Have the strength to open that door, even with 2 hands, though, Randy. Far enough. I mean, it's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying I feel like it would be a struggle in a sense. That's one thing that's always bugged me about that door. And granted, yes, it's kind of quiet, so that I can agree with. But if you watched her open that door herself, thank you, Never Too Late, she struggled a little bit, and she's a grown adult. So I kind of struggle with that a little bit. That's all I'm saying. 35-pound, probably at least Virginia. Very easy to hear. I would think you could hear it to an extent. Yeah, good point. My biggest thing is them opening the doors, period. Not hearing it, but the children opening them themselves. That's all I'm saying. The kids make liars out of us all the time. We always that's true. Like I said, it's just something I've been thinking about. I'm not saying it's a fact. It's still it's an issue I have. And they never open typically. Think about a child reaching up to pull that handle. They're going to be pulling it at an angle, which is going to be a little harder in my opinion too. So these are just thoughts I have. Cat K, good to see you, dear. They don't have to open it too terribly much. Right, that's true too, Fizzy. They only had to get it open a bit to squeeze through it. So that's true too. Another good point. But they said that the door was closed when they found them, when they realized. So they opened the door, and they said that that door is never closed when the kids are messing around with it. So again, I don't know what to think about that. I'm just telling you my thoughts on it. It's a little off to me.
This is where I was raking that night. That's where the boot print was found, in the mud where I was raking.
I thought there was two boot prints.
There was supposed to be a footprint found way up on the pipeline.
Right.
Malaya sent me the picture of it. That's all I know. There was a footprint found.
Okay.
But I'm telling you, the footprint was here. The only one that they can confirm that was Lily and Jack's was right here.
So it was child size.
Yes, a man, one of the investigators came in here and was measuring it all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not here to lie. The reason why I wanted you guys to come here and do the interview here is to show you exactly where everything took.
I get it. Never too late. Everybody has different the ways that they live their lives, but that alone is not a reason to believe that they've done something because of the way that they live. Okay, and it has been cleaned up. It looks like since then. I'm just saying. I know a lot of people that have very messy yards and homes, and they take very good care of their kids. So we can't judge it based on what the yard looks like. Okay, that's all I'm saying, and that's how I feel about it. But everybody has the right to their own feelings and opinions, of course.
Place. And to show people that this is what happened. All the stuff that people, all the rumors and accusations about us murdering the kids and burying them on the property, this place has been searched thoroughly. The well has been checked, the septic tank, all the barns were searched. My RV was searched 3 times.
What's up,
The trailer
Phil?
was searched.
Good to see you, Phil.
This whole place was searched. If they want to come back and search.
Good Lord. We got 5 more. You guys are killing me today with these. That is so awesome. Phil just dropped 5 more memberships, guys, and that gives it to Low Key, Amy O24, Miss Katai, Willie CJ Miller, and Cammie Harbaugh. Thank you so much, Bill. That is so very generous of you. God bless and welcome, meatballs. Guys, look, looks like we gained 31 new meatballs today since we've been here. That's awesome, Bill. Thank you so much. God bless. 31 new meatballs. That's amazing. Very nice.
Again, they're more than welcome.
You've talked about drones flying over your property. You've talked about cars driving down the road and slowing down. What's that been like?
I'm scared to go out sometimes in my own property. I mostly stay around back here. And if I do go out front for anything, I usually have my head down because I don't want people to see who I am. That is me myself. It's not because I'm hiding from anybody. I don't like to be on camera. I don't like my picture taken. I'm just a quiet person that just wants to be left alone, and I mind my own business. I'm just a hermit.
Do you feel as if the finger has been pointed towards you and Daniel?
Yes, I do. Because I live on the property. Come on.
Do you think your son had anything to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily?
No, I don't believe Daniel had anything to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily. Our heart don't lie, and my heart is telling me that my kid did not have nothing to do with this, and I had nothing to do with this. You know, if something bad happens, you get like your heart drops. Mine hasn't dropped. Deep down in my heart, I do believe Jack and Lily are alive. It's not because of what people are saying. It's my heart tells me that they are alive.
Well, there's Janie now. We've heard from a lot of people on this case, you guys, and they still have nothing. I don't even know what to say to this case. This is so strange to me. Let's see here. Yeah. Hold on. All right, guys. 1 minute. There was no party. That was already talked about, Annie. They had debunked that. That was just a neighbor being nosy and ignorant, is what it was. There was no party. All right, so the RCMP has finally released a new, somewhat of an update on this case. Finally, 2 days ago, I believe. So the Nova Scotia RCMP is intensive investigation and disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan continues. The investigative team in the Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crime Unit is leading the investigational efforts under the Missing Persons Act. They're assisting by RCMP units in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Ontario, along with the National Center of Missing Persons, Canadian Center for Child Protection, and provincial and municipal police agencies from Nova Scotia and other parts of Canada. Their efforts include reviewing approximately 5,000 video files that have been obtained throughout a video canvas of Lansdowne Station and surrounding areas, accessing more than 600 tips from the public, formally interviewing more than 60 people, including the administration of polygraph for some individuals, forensic examination of materials located through ground and air searches in Lansdowne, including a pink blanket that officers seized at Lansdowne Road. Good job, Phil. Thank you so much for that. Submitting judicial authorizations to seize and examine materials and devices that may provide information useful to the investigation. Right now, there are more than 800 tasks associated to this investigation, says Sergeant Robert McCammon, officer in charge, acting Major Crime and Behavioral Sciences. A tremendous amount of careful, deliberate investigative work is underway by people here at home and in other parts of Canada. Our collective efforts will continue every day until we determine with certainty the circumstances surrounding Lily and Jack's disappearance. Investigators encourage anyone with specific information. What are you doing? Sorry, guys. Hold on a minute. Sorry, my granddaughter just scared the hell out of me. Anyway, but investigators encourage anyone with specific information on the whereabouts of Lily and Jack to call the Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crime Unit at 902-896-5060. To remain anonymous, contact Nova Scotia Crime Stoppers toll free at 1-800-222-TIPS 8477, of course. Submit a secure web tip at www.crimestoppers.ns.ca or use the P3 Tips app. So there's nothing new. Nothing, guys. And this is too long, okay? Way too long. That was up July 16th, 2 days ago, okay? I don't want to see this case turn into another Sebastian Rogers or Summer Wells. It's really bugging me. Let me see here. So that's as far as the RCMP goes. That is it with that. Let me give you also 1 second here. And I'm glad that Daniel's mother finally spoke because, you know, she was there. That was one that should have came out probably in the beginning. Right, Kiki, exactly. Okay, so a couple days back, I've been bringing certain creators' videos in on this case throughout the whole case. Right. Let me start with this one here. Between that channel Evil Exists and Michelle After Dark have been bringing pretty decent information that I've been sharing in this case for sure. Goodness gracious. Are you leaving, Miss Tandy? Okay, hon. Thank you. Don't work too hard and don't let it get to you. Thank you, Phil. Hold on, folks. Phil's got a plan today. I can tell it already. Phil dropped 5 more memberships. Rissa Roberts received one. Soulful Fox, KP, what it do? Me versus me, and J Lord. Welcome, J Lord, and all the rest of you guys. Welcome to the sauce as well. Thank you so much, Phil. So very generous, and God bless. We appreciate you so much. That's awesome. Have a great day, Tanny. We'll see you soon, hon. That's great, Phil. Thank you again. God bless. So now we have a total of 36 new members, guys. 36 new meatballs floating in this awesome pot of sauce. Thank you all so much for contributing to that today. You guys are amazing. Welcome, welcome, all the new meatballs. Very generous.
Siblings, Lily and Jack, are missing for more than 2 months at this point, with no confirmed sightings or solid leads, as far as the public is aware. On social media, a lot has been going on, and speculation is running wild. While Malaya has been missing in action, Daniel continues to appear in YouTube chats, and to be honest, I don't know if he is doing himself any favors. The more Daniel talks, the more rumors go around. However, the more he talks, the more inconsistencies can be seen as well. When the children first went missing, and Daniel did his very first on-camera interview, he said that he
Well, it was stated in the very beginning of this, I don't know if you guys saw it, by the mother in her one and only first and last interview, that these kids are undiagnosed ASD, autism spectrum disorder. But it's undiagnosed. So, and she said it only affects them in school. But if they have it, they have it. You know what I mean? But it's not been diagnosed by a doctor. So there's that, Kiki. I don't know if that makes a difference or not, but congrats, Michael. Welcome to the sauce. It's great to have you here with us, brother. I hope you stick around. Thank you so much. It is an AI voice, Randy. This channel always uses that. So welcome, welcome, Michael. And Jay, welcome to the sauce with us. It's great to have you as a member.
searched for them, checked the culverts, streams, and was knee-deep in the water, looking for the children. Not once do I recall him saying he used any ATV in the search. If you guys remember an earlier video of mine, we talked about how squeaky clean that ATV looked. Many of you pointed out that the ATV was the only thing in that yard that looked so clean, almost as if it was just recently cleaned up. Turns out there was an article published early on this case, and it quotes Daniel. It reads, he adds, there is a dense forest and rough streams, and he, himself, searched 20 or 30 acres. When they first went missing, I did all around the house and the four-wheeler, a TV. I did as much as I could on the first day and the second day, says Martel. The search has now expanded too far, he says, for him to be out. Now this is very interesting because Daniel never once mentioned searching on the ATV. So, was it his brother on the ATV searching with him? Why didn't he mention this in the first place? Well, Daniel appeared in the chat of Clutch Them Pearl stream last night. He responded to this saying, man, I sat on the ATV, where does it say I drove it? That is interesting too. I think his brother was driving the ATV, and Daniel sat at the back. Daniel commented again, saying, man, there were helicopters and drones covering the sky. How could I do anything sinister? I do think there was a change in story here though, and I find it odd how Daniel didn't say he searched on the ATV from the very beginning.
All right, 1 minute.
Finally, an update, if we can even call it that. RCMP put out a statement outlining what has been going on in the intensive investigation into Jack and Lily's disappearance. Honestly, from this statement, it seems they still don't know anything further about Jack and Lily's disappearance, but I pray that I am wrong. It reads, the Nova Scotia RCMP's intensive investigation into the disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan continues. The investigative team in the Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crime Unit is leading the investigational efforts under the Missing Persons Act. They're assisted by RCMP units in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Ontario, along with the National Centre of Missing Persons, Canadian Centre for Child Protection, and provincial and municipal police agencies from Nova Scotia and other parts of Canada. Their efforts include reviewing approximately 5,000 video files that have been obtained through a video canvass of Lanston Station and the surrounding areas, assessing more than 600 tips from the public.
Again, I want to say thank you guys, all of you guys that are so very generously donating the memberships today, guys. All tips and or donations are never ever expected from you guys, and you don't have to do that to be in this community. But please understand, I want you guys to all know how very, very appreciative we are of all of that. It helps to keep the channel going and keeps me here with you awesome peeps every day. So thank you all so very much. Again, much appreciated.
Interviewing more than 60 people, including the administration of polygraph to some individuals. Forensic examination of materials located through ground and air searches in Lansdowne Station, including a pink blanket that officers seized on Lansdowne Road. Submitting judicial authorizations to seize and examine materials and devices that may provide information useful to the investigation. Right now, there are more than 800 tasks associated to this investigation, says Sergeant Rob McCammon, officer in charge, Major Crime and Behavioral Sciences. A tremendous amount of careful, deliberate investigative work is underway by people here at home and in other parts of Canada. Our collective efforts will continue every day until we determine with certainty the circumstances surrounding Lily and Jack's disappearance. Investigators encourage anyone with specific information on the whereabouts of Lily and Jack to call the Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crime Unit. It is interesting, but I am glad that forensics have been done. However, still no cadaver dogs on the property. I would love to know why they haven't been out there, since the RCMP stated it's very possible the children are no longer with us if they wandered into the woods.
I've really been thinking, and it's been a while now, that they really truly feel like the kids are still alive, which is why they have not brought in the cadaver dogs yet. That is the only thing that makes any sense to me at this aspect. So I feel like they know something that they're just obviously keeping close to their vest for reasons that they should, of course. But that's the only thing that makes any sense to me about not bringing in cadaver dogs right now. You know what I'm saying? So, excuse me. Hold on a minute here. Hold on. All right, I got one or two more of these, and
It's very close to my heart. As mentioned before, my kids are of similar ages, and I just can't imagine how two children can vanish like this. More than 2 months without a confirmed sighting or solid leads. Janie, the grandmother, has been under intense scrutiny, as well as Daniel and Malaya. Those were the 3 adults on the property the morning that the children disappeared.
Thank you for that, Phil. That's sweet. Very much appreciated. And Miss Brandy just dropped a membership as well. Thank you, Brandy. Hang on here, guys. Let me look. See who picked that one up. It looks like Davey D. White. Congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. Wow, you guys are killing me today with these. It's awesome. So generous. You guys are amazing. I love this community. Oh, these two are absolutely adorable, Jay. Completely adorable. Beautiful kids. Beautiful. As they all are, of course.
We are waiting with anticipation for Janie to do a proper on-camera interview with CBC News. Not sure if that day will ever come, but I do have some voice notes from her that have been floating around on Facebook. It was said from the beginning by various people that after Meadow was born, things changed for Jack and Lily. I did a video looking at Malaya's Facebook too, and most of the pictures of Jack and Lily were older pictures, before Meadow was born. It was said that everything for Malaya revolved around Meadow, while Jack and Lily fell to the wayside. Daniel said he did everything for the kids, he took them outside, and Malaya never took them outside. He cared for them. It takes me back to this family picture, where Jack and Lily look so comfortable standing next to Daniel. Anyway, what you are going to hear in the voice notes I am about to play, is Janie saying just about the same thing. Malaya didn't play with the kids, she didn't read to them, she didn't do anything with them. The only time she would be outside, is if she took Meadow outside. Janie also explained some of her interactions with the children, and it was really good to hear actually. Take a listen and drop your thoughts down below.
Yes, Daniel did do a lot for those kids. Yes, I will say that. And I will also say the only time that Jack and Lily and Meadow ever went to town is when Daniel was with them, because Malaya couldn't handle all 3 kids. And I'll tell you something else. For the last 2 years, I observed those kids in my backyard. And the only time that Malaya went out with those kids is when she took Meadow out. And when she took Meadow out, that's all she would do was take her over to see the chickens. I have never seen Malaya push those kids down on the swing or even watch them go down the slide. I've never seen her out there playing with the kids. In the wintertime, I would go out and throw snowballs at them, build snowmans with.
That's quite a distance, Jay. This is way, way, way far out in the middle of nowhere. Basically in the middle of the Canadian woods. I mean, it's out there, okay? So they have horrible like cell service and everything out here. The radios for the first responders weren't even working right. That's how far out this is. So it's a pretty decent drive to town, any kind of a town for them, I believe. So yeah, very, very good distance.
Them build a tall snowbank for them to go sledding in. All the grandchildren. And I would try to go coasting with them, but I have some medical problems. I couldn't really go coasting with them, but I would push them down the hill in the sleigh. I would play snowballs with them. I built snowmans with them. I never seen Malaya ever do that with them. When she was out watching them coast, she was pulling Meadow around in the sleigh. After Meadow was born, yes, Meadow got all the attention. I seen that with my own 2 eyes. Yes. Jack and Lily were sort of put on the back burner. Yes. I've never seen, when I would go in there after school, I would never see Malaya sit down and do their homework with them. I would never see Malaya read to them. I would always read to them when I would babysit them. Yes, I babysit Jack and Lily. Whenever they went somewhere, I would babysit them. And I had no problem with Jack and Lily. Jack and Lily would sit with me and watch TV. I would take Jack. He would hold him in my arms. He would pretend he was swimming. He would pretend he was playing airplane. Lily would be running around showing me her dolls. And like, yes, I did more interaction with those children than Malaya did.
Well then, that's not hard to believe at this point. You know, I can understand this. And I think a lot of us have always had that feeling with Malaya. Okay, I'll be honest, guys, and I've always said this. Daniel, yes, has come out and he's looked and seemed more genuine. He's the only one that's really been like publicly out there. But I'm suspicious of both her and him both. I always have been, just like I was in the Sebastian's case too. So, it's just one of them things. There's something about it. I don't know. Something about it that bugs me. With their stories and stuff. Malaya, more than anything, is my focus, but I'm suspicious of both of them. Thank you so much, Phil. That's amazing. We appreciate that so much too. Okay, hold on here. Wonder if Michelle has anything. Exactly. Nobody comes off the table till law enforcement takes them off the table. Period. That's how it works, in my opinion. Let's see. I guess there was fake news put out that they were found. Jack and Lily were found in New York City. So if you hear that, that's not true. All right, guys. I got Michelle put something out here again. I've been running Michelle's stuff too on this, so please check out her channel, by the way, if you have not yet. Michelle After Dark or Michelle Walks. I like a lot of what she does, and she's been very knowledgeable and helpful in this case as well. Oh yeah, we're gonna watch that coming up soon here, Jessica. Just hang on. Bri guy, good to see you. Yeah, we're gonna get to the Idaho stuff. I'm just saving it for the end, so we have more time to do it because it usually takes longer. I just wanted to get these updates and some other stuff out here too, guys, because we got to cover. Idaho's important. Don't get me wrong, but we got to cover some other stuff too and keep it out in the world because it's still bad stuff.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Thursday morning, the 17th of July. And we're back in Nova Scotia today on the case of missing siblings.
Yeah, we got a couple interviews to watch today and some other stuff to talk about. So, yeah, we're going to get to that shortly here after this.
6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan from Lansdowne Station. And yesterday afternoon, my time, RCMP gave an update, which I thought was really sad. Really sad update. 2.5 months.
I'm going to jump into some Idaho stuff here, Hippler, and then I may do another show later on this afternoon or early evening. So we'll see.
Down the line, and we're no further forward than when we started. We've all been clamoring for an update, and when they do one, then we're going to complain that there's no new news. The update doesn't tell us a great deal other than the numbers have risen, the amount of interviews has risen, that kind of thing. There is a statement to camera by Carly McCann, who is the public information person for RCMP Nova Scotia, and there's also a written piece. They're very similar, but we're going to do them both, and then we're going to talk about the Janie tapes. Let's go.
The Nova Scotia RCMP's intensive investigation into the disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan continues. The investigative team in the Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crimes Unit is leading the investigational efforts under the Missing Persons Act. They are assisted by RCMP units in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Ontario, along with the National Centre for Missing Persons and Unidentified Remains, the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, and provincial and municipal police agencies from Nova Scotia and other parts of Canada. Their efforts include reviewing approximately 5,000 video files that have been obtained through a video canvas of Lansdowne Station and the surrounding areas, assessing more than 600 tips from the public, formally interviewing more than 60 people, including the administration of polygraph tests to some individuals, forensic examination of materials located through ground and air searches in Lansdowne Station, including a pink blanket that officers seized on Lansdowne Road, and submitting judicial authorizations to seize and examine materials and devices that may provide information useful to the investigation. Right now, there are more than 800 tasks associated to this investigation. A tremendous amount of careful, deliberate investigative work is underway by people here at home and in other parts of Canada. Our collective efforts will continue every day until we determine with certainty the circumstances surrounding Lily and Jack's disappearance. Investigators encourage anyone with specific information on the whereabouts of Lily and Jack to call the Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crime Unit. To remain anonymous, contact Nova Scotia Crime Stoppers either by phone, through their website, or use the P3 Tips app.
People close to the investigation have expressed concern that the case now lacks urgency. How do you respond to that?
An RCMP family liaison is in regular contact with a designated relative of Lily and Jack. The RCMP family liaison provides ongoing updates and support to the family so that they are aware of what is going on with the investigation and the information that can be provided to them. The family liaison officer is a member of Major Crimes. So information is absolutely provided to the family through the people who have been designated to share those communications.
That was from City News. I think other news channels have got it also. I don't know whether that's the full piece because there was a question there at the end. There were a couple of edits. I don't know whether there was more questions.
All right, there's more for you guys. Like I said, and I had to look to see what I had in here. Let me see who we got. Miss Kim received one. Kelly Bearson. Red received one. Angel Bonds. Gary Epley. Congrats and welcome to the sauce. That's on me, guys. And I hope you guys enjoy. Like I said, I get so many that I can give to you guys myself. So I like to give back when I can. Thank you guys so much for being part of the community. Thank you for being in the sauce. I know that was wild. SRB. I haven't seen that in a while. Welcome back to all of you, and welcome to the new peeps. And I hope you guys stick around. We love having you here. Love having you here. Make sure you guys are able to receive those gifts, guys, because when you can, there's a lot of generous peeps in this community. So welcome, welcome, guys. Much appreciated. We love you here. And would love for you to stay here, guys. That's part of the community. So how about 5 more, guys? There you go. Gen 7 received one. That's awesome. Lily Moon, Kent Kearney, and Vigilante, and Crossroads Accounting and Tax. Welcome to the sauce. Yep. Great to have you guys here. 48. Great to have you here. So let's make this. Let me see if I can do this. Do I have it? How many more? Do I have any more? That's the thing. Welcome all you new members, new meatballs. Let's see, who's that one going to? Rhett's mom. That's awesome. Congrats to Rhett's mom. Welcome to the sauce. And last but not least, let's see. Does it work? Miss Wee Lassie got one. So, guys, that gave us an even 50 new meatballs, 50 brand new members today, guys. That is amazing. You guys are beyond awesome. I appreciate you so very much. And my little bit that I can get back, there you go, guys. Appreciate you guys so very much. 50 brand new meatballs, 50 brand new members. That's awesome. I love this community so very much. So very much. Let's see. That's amazing. Truly amazing. You guys are great. All right, guys, on we go.
That are out there that I haven't seen. But here is the written piece here. Intensive investigation into disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan continues. So this is virtually the same. There is a quote. I don't think she said. She covered the information though, but right now there are more than 800 tasks associated to this investigation, says Staff Sergeant Rob McCammon, officer in charge, acting Major Crimes and Behavioural Sciences. A tremendous amount of careful, deliberate investigative work is underway by people here at home and in other parts of Canada. Our collective efforts will continue every day until we determine with certainty the...
Okay, so this is the same thing I just read to you guys. Hold on.
Like, are they only just deciding to send that off, or did they just not mention it last time? Don't know. Malaya says it's Lily's blanket. What would they be looking for? Would they be looking for evidence of, I don't know, blood or the scent of decomp, anything like that? You see, this is another reason why not bringing in cadaver dogs has been a huge mistake, because it's not just about sending cadaver dogs out to find Lily and Jack's bodies in the woods. That's not a good use of cadaver dogs' time, honestly. One major use in a case like this would be sending the dog around the property, sending dogs through the vehicles. You know, you can search these things, you can check these things, but what humans don't have is the dog's amazing sense of smell. Dogs have up to 300 million scent receptors in their nose. They've got an entire brain part that's dedicated to odor detection. Now, obviously, we have that little part of our brain, but it's tiny, tiny, tiny in the human brain. You know, so the 6 million scent receptors we've got in our nose sends information to a small, very small part of our brain, whereas
No problem, Randy.
a dog's odor center makes up around 2% of their entire brain. But that's not all. The amount of connections that odor center has with other parts of the brain is astonishing. We know that when a dog is sniffing out a scent, their visual area lights up as well. So I don't know.
No, we got a total of 50 SRB from today. 50 brand new meatballs, 50 brand new members. I hope you guys stick around too. I love having you guys here in the sauce with us. So yeah, 50 brand new members. That's amazing.
Or whether you could say that a dog can see smells. I think it's just like the senses are just so carefully and deliberately interwoven that you have this massive light up of brain areas. I always think that when a dog is really, really on a scent, like their eyes don't work. And maybe that's because you've got this activation of the visual center, and because the concentration is on the nose, then the eyes literally don't work as well. Anyway, I digress. If you get me talking about dogs, I talk about dogs forever. Seasoning and examining materials and devices. There was voluntary checking of phones belonging to the family. But of course, they're going to get search warrants for things like
I saw that, Mark.
social media apps and stuff like that. I find this really interesting.
Thank you, Esther.
Reviewing approximately 5,000 video files. Now, Lansdowne Station is very small. There's not that many properties. Hopefully that will be enough to get a really good indication of vehicles passing if it turns out
Thank you
that
for
they were
joining
in
us,
the
Michael.
woods all along, or they were taken in the woods by someone, or their bodies taken and placed somewhere, then you've got absolutely no chance of finding them through video surveillance. And I still think it was a mistake waiting until the latter end of May to request from the public things like dashcam footage and video surveillance, because I'm sure some of what would have been available on May 2nd had already been overwritten by the latter end of May. Anyway, let's talk about the Janie tapes. Janie, Daniel's mother, Daniel being Lily and Jack's self-styled stepdad. I say self-styled because him and Malaya weren't married, but he'd been their caregiver for over 2 years. They'd lived at that trailer on Gaylord Road for 2 years. Janie basically reiterated a lot of what Daniel said. Now, I've heard some of the clips that were leaked from a private group. Boy, can she talk once she starts talking. Now, I don't think I've heard every single clip that's out there. I don't know whether all of the clips have been leaked, but I've heard some of them. She's telling the same story as Daniel, that Malaya didn't look after Lily and Jack, that Lily and Jack were, secondary to baby Meadow. Once Meadow was born, she wasn't really bothering with Lily and Jack. We've heard all of that stuff from Daniel. Also, she was upset, and I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. She sounded genuinely upset.
Well, thank you, Kiki. We appreciate you so much.
She was up at like 6, fed the chickens, but then she dozed back off. During that time where she dozed back off, that Lily and Jack disappeared. One thing that strikes me, though, is I haven't heard anything even approaching the story that Darren told us. Darren being Malaya's cousin, twice removed. I'm sure if she'd given that same story from her own mouth, that is one of the files that would have been leaked. And I'm just not hearing it. That she saw Malaya on the driveway and she knows that Lily and Jack have been taken by a friend of Malaya's. It's not looking likely that Darren was telling us anything approaching the truth. Now, I thought maybe he'd been told this story and he believed it, but he'd been fed, a load of lies. I don't know. Janie's just not mentioned it. So what are we to believe? I believe that they're all lying in their own ways. But to allay some of the fears we've had from when Belinda, Lily and Jack's biological paternal grandmother, who said that when she was there, Janie was protesting that she didn't want her camper RV searched because of her dog, and she didn't want people looking in a cupboard. Now, she says there's nothing in that cupboard, that she doesn't do drugs, she doesn't have guns, there's nothing unusual or illegal in that cupboard, okay? You're not going to admit it, though, are you, even if there was? But she didn't want people in there because of her dog. It was searched, and she said it was searched 3 times. So there's that. Maybe they had to get a search warrant. I don't know the answer to that. But of course they're going to get a search warrant. 2 missing kids on a property and someone's denying them access to part of that property. Of course, they're going to get a search warrant. So I don't know whether they needed a search warrant in the end, but it was searched. I don't know. Maybe some time to remove evidence by waiting a while. That's just my speculation. It's a logical speculation, though, isn't it? Look, there's no evidence that Janie did anything, that Janie knows anything. But all these people, I don't trust any of them. I really don't. On either side. Don't trust any of them. Of course, she's going to take Daniel's side. It's her son. But I am a little bit surprised that we're not hearing anything approaching what Darren said. I am a little bit surprised by that. Darren's really come out on a limb here, hasn't he? Why? Don't know. Even Daniel had started to parrot a lot of what Darren was saying in text messages and chat messages. That it was all Malaya. I'd love to know what she thinks. I'd love to know her side, but she's not talking. So, look, even with an RCMP update that we've all been clamouring for, and now more
You got me wanting to make those bagel pizzas now, Virginia. Them things are good. I love those. We were poor when I was a kid, so we always did the hamburger bun. I think you said the same thing, SRB, but yeah, we did that a lot. Hamburger bun pizzas. Those were awesome. They were fun too. So,
or family members coming out talking, we're still no further forward than when we started. Where is Lily Sullivan? Where is Jack Sullivan? What happened to them? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Agreed.
But before you do that, please subscribe if you've not yet done so. I know that.
Yeah, I agree. Michelle is awesome. I do too, Jay.
That nearly 50% of people who watch my videos
I like her dog
are not
too.
subscribed. Even regular viewers watch my videos regularly are not subscribed. Please do so. It doesn't cost anything. It's not like a membership where you've got to pay something. It's completely free. Just click the subscribe button. That's all.
So Michelle is trying to get to 100,000 subscribers, guys, and she deserves it. Okay, she's been working hard at this for a long time. There's her link. If you have not yet subscribed to Michelle After Dark, Michelle Walks, please do if you would. She's at 92.8 thousand subscribers. She deserves to get to 100, in my opinion. She really does. So please check out that link there. Subscribe to her. Hit the notification bell and the like button on this, guys. Please. I would want somebody to support me in that aspect if I was reaching for that goal, and people have. And I've supported a lot of other creators in any way, shape I can to get them to be able to be successful. So, it it doesn't take anything to do it. It just takes a minute. That doesn't mean you have to watch her every day. It's up to whatever, but it only takes a second to subscribe to help her get it done, guys, because that's awesome. Michelle's worked really hard with both her channels to get to this point, and I think she truly deserves it. So please, if you would, you can tell her Dago sent you if you want to, whatever you want to do, but whatever works. Thank you again. I appreciate that, and so will she, I guarantee you.
All you need to do, it's as simple as this. All right, I'm going to subscribe to City News right now. There you go. I'm now subscribed to City News. That's it. That's all. I'm trying to get to 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year. It's just a personal achievement. That's all. You get a silver play button kind of plaque from YouTube. So I think all YouTubers want to get to 100,000 subscribers, and I'm no exception. So please help me out and do that. Give the video a like and leave a comment. That's it. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll speak to you very soon. Bye, guys.
Yeah, it's Michelle After Dark, and then she also has Michelle Walks. That's her secondary channel. I'm not 100%. I think they're both linked as far as subscribers go. So it's really helpful, guys, and it'll be greatly appreciated by her, I'm sure. Oh, I know. Her property is beautiful. And her dogs are awesome too. All right, guys. I think 1 second. Unfortunately, I don't have any more info on Jack and Lily. I wish I did. I really wish I did. But let me see here. Hold on a minute. Busy. Okay. I don't know if you guys heard this story. I'm going to throw this in real quick, and then we're going to head off to Idaho. My wife brought this to my attention. In California, there's some crazy shit going on, folks. As always, check this story out. I don't know if I'm going to follow this like full time or if I'm just going to catch the updates on it, but check this out if you haven't seen this.
"15 children taken from this home in Arcadia, including a baby born in Texas to this surrogate mother."
The FBI, me and some of the other girls that I'm talking to are currently working with them. I completed like a 3-hour interview with them a couple weeks ago.
Kayla, in an interview with the executive director of the Center for Bioethics and Culture, says she thought she was carrying a baby for a couple struggling to have a child, Sylvia Zhang and her husband, only to find out months after she gave birth that she was one of many women carrying a child for the couple, and the baby she carried was now in foster care.
Told me she was in jail for 4 days. The police took one of her phones for investigative purposes, and that they're accusing her of selling babies. She still swears that that's not what she's doing, that it's, they just want a big family.
Oh, but it is absolutely what they're doing. This is insane. Over 21 babies they've been using surrogates to make and sell babies. 100%, folks. Check it out.
This all unfolded when a hospital called Arcadia police about a 2-month-old baby who came in with head trauma. When police arrived at the home on Camino Real to investigate, they discovered 15 children in the home, ranging in age from 2 months to 13 years old. 6 other children connected to the couple were found in the care of family and friends. Neighbors are in disbelief.
At home eating dinner, and we watched the news and we couldn't believe it.
Shocked, sickened, especially when there's abuse involved, any type of abuse.
Police say the home was set up like a school and that cameras they seized from the home showed the kids were being emotionally and physically abused by at least 6 nannies, including this woman who police are searching for. And police say the parents were aware of the abuse.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories.
Hang on, there's a little bit more. Welcome, Cat Lady. Good to see ya. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, guys, they have been. This is just nuts to me. I don't understand what the hell has happened to our world.
Seven on Your Side investigates a case of child abuse that could lead to a wider investigation tonight. It involves 21 children, all linked to the same couple in Arcadia. Eyewitness News reporter Rob Hayes live with the details. Rob?
Yeah, Mark, 21 children all living inside this house, all of them from surrogate moms. 17 of them were 3 years old or younger. Now, we tried to talk to the folks who live here, but the front gate's been locked all day. That didn't stop the police from getting in, though.
It's a house that looks like a castle, but it's under investigation for being a possible factory, a baby factory.
We believe that it extended beyond our city and into possibly other parts of the country and maybe internationally.
Arcadia police stumbled upon this house on Camino Real Avenue while investigating a child abuse case, a 2-month-old suffering a traumatic head injury. After getting a search warrant, detectives seized security cameras from inside the home and made some alarming discoveries.
We discovered numerous children, 15 children to be specific, ranging in ages from 2 months old to 13 years old. Many of the children were birthed through surrogacy, and then the male and female at the residence took legal guardianship of those kids.
6 other kids, investigators say, had been moved to other homes. All 21 of the kids confirmed to be the children of this couple, 65-year-old Guajun Shen and 38-year-old Sylvia Zhang. They were arrested for felony child endangerment but later released. Police have also issued an arrest warrant for their nanny, 56-year-old Chun-Mei Lee. Investigators say after looking at the surveillance video, she is the main suspect in the child abuse case and is still on the loose.
The discipline, both verbally and physical, was severe to the point where, again, it supported the beliefs.
Yep, bingo, right there. Good point, SRB. Beautiful house. Look how much, I mean, you got to have money. Okay? Beautiful mansion here and absolute abuse. So, very good point. Good way. I'm glad you threw that out there, SRB. But they're running surrogates for every child. It's a surrogate child. And then they're selling them. I'm guaranteeing you they're selling them.
That child abuse was occurring inside the home.
Well, sources tell us of the 21 children, 17 are 3 years old or younger. So where did all these kids come from? That is what the FBI is trying to figure out. The Bureau refused to comment on the case, but Arcadia police confirmed that their detectives are working with the FBI. Arcadia's investigation, though, determined that the children are the product of a surrogacy operation owned, you guessed it, by Zhang and Shen.
It's horrific. It's disturbing. It's it's damaging emotionally.
Kayla Elliott is one of the surrogate mothers hired by Zhang and Shen. She says they told her they only had one other child. She's now hoping to get custody of the child that she bore for the couple.
These agencies were supposed to trust them and follow their guidance, and come to find out the whole thing was a scam and the parents own the agency. I mean, that was not disclosed at all beforehand.
Anything goes. And these clinics, these agencies are not regulated by any governing body.
Callie Fell is with the nonprofit Center of Bioethics and Culture, and she's working with Kayla Elliott. Fell says having more than 20 children through surrogates is not illegal, but it raises serious questions as to why people would do that.
That to me smells of trafficking, child trafficking. What are the intentions of having children out that many?
Yeah, Josie, this is 2 days ago. Brand new.
Children at home through these assisted reproductive technologies.
Now, police tell us all 21 children are in DCFS custody. No charges have been filed. The LA County District Attorney's Office is not commenting on this case. Reporting live in Arcadia, Rob Hayes, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
So, hold on a minute. Yeah, 1 second, guys. Hang on, I'm just trying to get something to load. I'm sorry. One second. Okay, I think. Yeah, this is absolute trafficking. Okay, they're having these children with surrogates, and then they're turning around and selling them. So there's nothing less than trafficking, in my opinion.
She's live in Arcadia. Lauren.
Welcome, Michelle. In the black market, cat lady per se, a family will give them money, and they're making it look as if they're running a valid legal surrogacy agency, and then they have these people run be a surrogate, have the children, and then they turn around and sell them. But I believe it's considered the black market, under the radar from the authorities per se. Woman 9 months pregnant, come here specifically to give birth, have a U.S. citizen, like 3 of them monthly. Yeah, it's crazy stuff. And there's no paperwork or anything, and then no questions asked. But how do they get it? They get birth certificates made, they get social security numbers and cards and all that stuff. It's a pretty wild situation, but that's how the trafficking world works. I hope she gets custody, Virginia. She should. That's her baby. Yeah, very sad, guys. Very sad. Okay. Yeah, I thought I'm going to follow that quietly in the background, and I'll keep you updated on different things with it. Really crazy situation, but sad all the way around. It's a good question. I'm curious how they did it too, Josie. It's pretty wild. All right, y'all. Next segment. Let's see here. 1 minute. All right, on we go to the Idaho 4 update stuff. Welcome, Kelly. Good to see you. Excuse me. Hang on a minute. All right. Thank you for being here, Kelly. Appreciate you very much. So, following with what we've been on, guys, back to Idaho. As we all know, we'll see what happens, Stuart. As we all know, and I'm going to show you something from one of those interviews, but the gag order was lifted as of yesterday by Judge Hippler in the Idaho 4 case. And from that point forward, I believe the Gonsalves family decided that they want to get some truth out there. They've been giving interviews since yesterday, and they're going to keep going. We're going to have another tour, I'm guessing. And I want to hear what they got to say because Steve's dropping nuggets left and right on this stuff now. So let's check out this newest interview as of this morning. They were in an interview with Banfield last night in her private channel, and you can hear Christy in the background tell Steve, we got to go. They were flying out to get to these interviews today. So let's see what they got going on, and then we'll open things up to talk about it if you guys want to. So here we go.
Joining us now are Kaylee Gonsalves' parents, Steve and Christy, and their attorney, Shannon Gray. Thank you both for being here this morning. Let me just start with both of you. I know it's been, thank you, 2.5 years now. It's long 2.5 years. The last few weeks, especially, I would imagine have been fairly difficult. How are both of you holding up as we sit here right now?
Tired, exhausted. At this point, ready just to move on. Just to get this past us.
Trying to catch up a little bit too. We expected to go to trial this summer, and I had 250 hours set aside, had my schedule, had things going. So it was a radical change for us. So now we're just trying to wrap our head around this new development, and we're still a family. Still got to take care of yourself. So we're moving on.
You've had a lot to wrap your head around for the past couple of weeks, and sort of whiplash. If you will, to have Bryan Kohberger in court that day, admitting his guilt, admitting in open court everything he did. What was that like, even if you weren't in the actual courtroom for it? What was that like to hear him actually say he's guilty?
It was very surreal. It was very emotional to hear it. Something that, I don't think that we were ever really prepared to hear or think that we would hear. So, yeah, it was hard. It was definitely hard. I wish that, he would have had to say maybe their names other than just simple yeses and nos. But
why?
I think it shows a little bit more accountability and taking, owning up to what he did, to have to say the victims' names, our daughter's name. Not just yes, yes, yes. I just feel like that was a really easy way to admit his guilt.
Yeah, I agree. We want to see some sternness when you see 4 lives lost. He wasn't even asked to stand. It's like those are the type of things that we want to send a message. If you come after kids, people are going to put their foot down and they're going to do everything in their power to make sure that those kids are, whoever did that is held to the accountability, the highest that there is. But you know, it
should be okay.
You've been somewhat critical of the state and how all of this was handled from the very beginning. And as I understand it, you also you wanted to go to trial. You did not want to see this plea deal come to fruition. Why?
We've seen all the rumors, all the things that are out there. A gag order just kind of turned it into just a big, huge mess of conspiracies. So we don't want to live that for the next 10, 15 years. So if our community came together and they were the ones that said he was guilty, then it's not us saying it or one person saying it. It's everyone saying that. So there's power in that. I believe in the court system. I believe in our juries. And that's what we're prepared to do.
Christy, do you worry there are questions you will never get answered as a result of this deal? Because he doesn't have to say exactly what his motive is. He doesn't have to say where the murder weapon is.
I think it's worse than that. I think we're going to find out secrets through his sick, twisted mind.
Why?
He's going to write about it. He's going to have interviews, exclusive interviews with his family members or certain people. And that's how we're going to hear about it.
And to be fair, that could happen because in this particular plea deal, there's nothing that forbids that.
Exactly.
What have you been told that we don't know surrounding what happened that night?
Nothing.
We asked them, can you just tell us the last moments of our daughter so when we have our victims' statements, we can be as accurate as possible. We don't want any lies in those statements. We want pure, and they wouldn't even give us the facts of what happened.
Just some details too. Yeah. That would be hard to know, but we want to know it. We want to know.
I don't want to hear it from the media. I'd rather hear it from, the investigators.
I read recently that the coroner did give you some more detail.
Yes.
What did the coroner say?
The coroner said that kind of gave us a breakdown of the wounds and the ways that she had passed away. She'd definitely been stabbed multiple times, and they kind of described it as like a drowning that can occur. But she did say gagging. There was some gagging, and she was damn. He struck her in the face, and
she had a broken nose. She had.
That's because when they were talking about certain wounds she had with her in her side and her lungs and stuff, that she had internally bled out and she drowned on her own blood per se. That's what that means, folks. For those of you that didn't get that,
Subdural hematomas. She had asphyxial injuries. She had some defense wounds on her arms.
Yeah.
And stabbed many, many times. But how many, we don't know.
And that should be part of the victim's impact statement. And we shouldn't be robbed of that. We should know all those details, and we don't want to say something that isn't accurate. Like we've heard the amount of times that she was stabbed, but we don't know.
See, that's a lot, you guys. That is a lot to happen to one person. And it makes me, that absolutely makes me wonder if there was two people in there doing that or more. Okay. That's a lot to happen to one person. Wow. So much trauma. So very sad.
From the actual fact finders.
Shannon, bring you in here. These parents have had to live a literal nightmare for almost 3 years now. Are there other documents that you want to see be made public that could provide them with some of the answers?
Well, we had a meeting with the prosecutors already asking about a full disclosure of all the discovery in the case. If you go through the normal course, you'd be public disclosures, public records requests for the next 2 to 3 years to try to get everything. So we've asked about that ahead of time, because we want a full copy of the discovery, because we don't have any answers. They don't have any answers. And allows us to go through. They can redact whatever they need to redact.
Yeah, it wasn't released, Meg, until we were told certain stuff. But a lot of stuff was stated to be not true, that it was misleading, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And they're telling us now, I guess we're rehearing it again for this. And now I guess it's viable, because now they're allowed to talk about it. Pretty crazy.
But then bring that in, and it's the Idaho State Police, it's the FBI, it's the Moscow Police Department that we would all request. And so they promised us that and we're hoping that they keep their promise.
Steve, Christy, what do you want the world to remember about your little girl?
Just like Kaylee was just so fun. She was extremely smart. She had a beautiful smile, an amazing laugh, everything. I mean, everything about Kaylee was amazing, honestly. She just...
Very dedicated, hard worker. She's
Yeah.
going to graduate with her degree a year early.
Yeah.
So she was going to light the world on fire, and we're missing her. We're missing her.
Yeah, every day, everything about her, everything. If I could hear her laugh, hear her voice, see her smile.
Can't imagine it. Just can't imagine it. Thank you. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for keeping her memory alive. And best of luck. I know the sentencing hearing is next week. So
yes.
Thanks again. And Shannon, thank you as well.
Hey, thanks for...
This makes me feel so bad for them. Like I said, you guys, Steve has come out and said some things he probably shouldn't, but I feel they still lost a child in a traumatic way, and I feel so bad that they're not getting the answers they deserve. And to know that their child went through that, as a parent, how do you react to that, That really bugs me. Really bothers me. Okay. Now I have another thing that was sent to me. Where's it at? Hang on. Hold on.
Did someone...
Okay, so this was part of last night, guys, for those of you that didn't see this. I guess Brandy sent this over too. Let me check this out. That way we don't have to watch the whole thing, I guess. And they did claim that they will be making their impact statements for sure now. So that's interesting.
Did someone with the investigation describe that Kaylee or Maddie was gagged during this horrible crime?
I was told that by somebody in I can give that out. That was Babbitt. That was Babbitt who gave that information.
What did she say?
There was some damage to her. There was some damage around her mouth, right here, like somebody had pressed in and tried to keep her quiet. She'd been hit multiple times in her head, and her skull was damaged.
What did you learn from those phone calls without divulging who it was who called?
Just weird porn fetishes, but two of the fetishes were in that room. Drunk, passed out girls and gagging girls. And those are two things that were part of that crime scene. For Thompson to say that there was no sexual assault, of course there wasn't. He didn't have enough time. Somebody came up there. But why are you defending somebody who just killed 4 people? Why are you not even making him stand in the courtroom and admit that he killed 4 people? I mean, it's upside down world sometimes when you go in those court systems and they're literally, oh, you've been so respectful, you can sit down.
See, we talked about this last night, and something came to mind when we were all talking about it when that was first brought up. And I said, I wonder if this knife sheath is a real thing, if the knife sheath was used and put in their mouth to shut them down, to keep them quiet. And that would make some sense as to why the knife sheath was left up there, possibly. And this is just a thought, folks. There's nothing to base any truth on this. It's just a thought. So, just saying, I wondered this after hearing this last night, if the knife sheath was there.
When you plead guilty, with a yes and no answer. So,
all right, I want you to understand what the state would have had to have proven at trial had you, to the crimes that you're pleading guilty to, had you.
Okay, hang on here. Absolutely, Jesse. Hang on. Hold on, guys. So last night, how many of you guys weren't here with us last night? I know, Jay, you weren't. I don't know. Josie, were you in here last night with us? Jesse was not. I'm so sorry to hear that, Annie. God bless. That's horrible. Prayers and thoughts to you, obviously. Okay. Well, I'm going to do this one more time then. Bear with me, folks, please, and thank you. Hang on. Where is it? 1 second. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Here we go. Hey, Dory. Good to see you. All right, guys. Bear with it. This gives so much more information for those of you that weren't here with us last night. For those of you that were, please bear with me. It might
So
be
she
hard.
has spoken with you about these details, Steve.
But methinks the people that didn't get to see this really want to. So here we go, guys. Just bite your tongue or your hand. Thank you, Meanie. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Bombshell's in the house. Good to see you. And Fry said it did not happen. Thank you, Bombshell. You're about to see it here.
I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious. You've probably heard, if you follow the Idaho quadruple murder case, that the judge in the case made a big decision this morning, and that is to lift the gag order. Hallelujah. 2.5.
No problem. Gaya, I knew a bunch of you guys weren't in here last night with us, and I knew you'd want to see these things that he's let out of the bag that were kind of important, in my opinion. So I'm sure the other people that were here can understand.
Years we've been under that suffocating order, right? Which has kept not only you, the public, and the media, who is the conduit to you, but also the families of the victims from ever really knowing what happened to their loved ones, what happened to their kids, their sister, their brother. I mean, they have been in excruciating pain trying to find out answers about this horrendous case because it is just so confounding. Who does what Bryan Kohberger did? Who does this and why? They are still mystified, and here's what the judge's order really means. It means that people associated with the case are no longer prevented from speaking about it. Doesn't mean they're gonna. I've made many, many phone calls today. My team has called the coroner, we've called the police, we've called associates who've been involved in the investigation, and we're being denied all sorts of interviews. It may be because they hate us, I get it. But it also may be because they don't want to speak until the sentencing is over next week. Even though the judge told them today they can. What hasn't happened, that is really the crux of this non-dissemination order, is the roughly 250
You'll see why I was laughing at the end of this too, guys. You'll see, I promise.
Motions that have been filed in this Idaho courtroom under seal.
And truly, methinks you'll be laughing too.
Remain under seal for now. Every single one of them effectively needs to be treated separately. Some of them need to be unsealed only through a Freedom of Information Act and then a court action. They have to be redacted because, let's be frank, you and I do not have the right to everything, okay? There is dignity in
All right, I'm not going to put you through her. I'm just going to get to the interview, and you don't have to listen to her any more than you need to. So here we go.
Steve, what was your reaction to the decision today that the gag order will be lifted, but the motions won't be unsealed? Not yet, anyway.
You know, we requested for basically Kaylee, what happened to Kaylee. So I know her sisters want to do a victim statement and address the exacts, some of the things that happened to her. And they basically wouldn't share any information with us on, what happened to her. So I'm pretty used to how ridiculous, not just a gag order, but sealing something that has nothing to do with the victim's rights. It's all about, hate to say it, but it is a lot to do with the media and people being put on cameras and not knowing what to say, or things coming out that they didn't mean to say, or just didn't have a good explanation of what was going on. So they wrap this seal thing around trying to pretend like they're, trying to protect people and doing all that, but they gave out people's initials at the very beginning. So it's just a dog and pony show that we're supposed to pretend like, like there's top secret information inside these docs. It's pretty gross, and we're fed up with it, and we're glad that it's over. And we just, you only got one time to be able to be a victim's advocate and say what you need to say and to address the courtroom and everyone in Idaho. And they're not gonna let us know exactly what happened. So it's just terrible. You're going to go in there, we're going to make statements, and we don't want to say anything inaccurate. We want to make sure everything we say is exactly truthful. And, it's one of those times where they could bend the rules, but they don't.
I seem to recall there was some discussion that the judge was going to meet with families and tell you privately things that were going to be released in the gag order. Is that still a possibility, or is there no discussion of that?
There's no discussion of that. We just, Shannon just sent him an email and just said, are you really going to make my clients go through 3 different agencies to get this information that they want to see, like go through Freedom of Information Act?
For those that aren't understanding this, law enforcement has not, and refuses to release what happened to the victims, to their families, their parents at all. They won't tell them anything. Nothing. The only way they've gotten any information is from leaks that have come through, and the things that Mabbott said, which I don't understand this, folks. This is ridiculous, okay? Yes, Jay. They said that the attorneys were gagged, not the family members. But then Hitler came out and he changed it. He wanted anybody that is considered a victim, he considered the family's victims, to be underneath the gag. Remember that? That's when it changed. Well, so I don't know, you guys, but this is some wild shit right here, that they were told nothing. They refused to tell them anything. And I don't understand how this can be legal, but that's obviously it's what they're doing. And they have no clue what's being said, or what's been done. To an extent, they do know certain things, but that's it. They won't give them any other details on what happened. They wouldn't allow them to identify the bodies, from what has been stated in this as well. They weren't allowed to do that. They were cremated, so they never really got to see anything because they were too traumatized. It was too traumatic for them to see what had happened. And they couldn't do that either. So this is pretty sad, if you ask me, okay? And I can understand to an extent why, for a lot of reasons, why he's pissed. Yeah, told the younger sister, exactly. Thank you. So keep those things in mind as you're hearing these things too. And it's just very sad to me to an this part of it is very much so. That's another thing either, Josie. With everything we're hearing happened, what he just admitted happened to her in that short period, come on. That's a lot. Plus, there had to have been multiple people doing this for that to happen like that. Yeah, Jay Hippler.
For the state of Idaho, for the county of Latah, and then there's federal ones as well. There's even other states, so it's like they could make it happen, but clearly the willpower isn't there. I don't think they really want anyone talking to the media and questioning. Remember, these people said that it was a crime of passion, it was targeted, and it was an isolated event, all this language. And then they even said, you're going to have to trust us. You're just going to have to wait and trust us. And now we've waited. And it's like, no. There was no connection whatsoever that we could establish. So how do you get isolated? How do you get targeted? So I think it's more about covering up some of the mistakes that they made. They don't want to talk about destroying the crime scene and how questionable that was. So they just say, well, we're gagged. And now that the gag's over, you guys aren't going to know exactly what we were talking about during the last 2.5 years.
I can't imagine the frustration that you and Christy and the kids and everybody else who's been directly affected as victims of Brian Koberger's hideous, horrific actions. I can't imagine what it's like. I do know that the prosecutor sent you an email leading up to the decision to offer this plea deal. Now that the gag order is lifted, are you able to share what was in that email?
Yeah, we kept it. But yeah, we could forward it to you guys, and then you guys could share it to your audience. It is what it is, man. You got to put yourself in the position of a parent, read that email and wonder if that's what you thought was going to happen. And that kind of language doesn't really sound like it's a negotiation. It basically just tells us that it's over, it's done with, and just get on board. Get on board.
No solicitation for your thoughts, your opinions, to weigh in on the possibility of a plea agreement being offered?
No, it was just basically paperwork. We were asked if we had.
He was cremated. They had that type of a ceremony. Okay, and then Jim claimed in the Prime Video that he's in their basement. And I'm guessing in an urn, and Stacy has some of his ashes around her neck in a necklace. So,
ever been offered a plea deal or gave one? We said no. He was like, Judge Hippler said, well, you probably should at least, look into that. And what's that look like for you guys? And we said, we're not in it. We're in it for the death penalty. The choice is he could be fired at, or he could take a shot. Those are the two options that we would agree to. And then we did, we would have, if it would have got to negotiations, we would have negotiated a lot better than Thompson. Thompson negotiated like a 5-year-old kid. He didn't force him to say that he did it solo by himself. Didn't force him to prove that he was wearing the suit or show us where the sheath, the knife is to the sheath. There's a right way to do things, and then there's just, I want it over with because I want my summer back and I want to go retire. So that's what we got. We got a pitiful effort from an old man who's retiring and doesn't believe in the death penalty and really had no right to even be in that room. And it's a shame that we didn't have any other choices that we could have pushed for. We tried. I mean, I tried to even hire a prosecutor. I would have paid to have my daughter in a separate case with our own prosecutor that we paid for, and not even made Idaho pay one penny. And it would have turned out differently.
Which leads me to another question. There are still civil avenues open to you, a wrongful death suit against Brian Koberger. Do you and your attorney, Shannon Gray, plan to mount any kind of action after this, or are you done?
I think a lot of their strategy for this sealing and gagging was because they were afraid of the civil actions. But those are mostly have to be brought up within 2 years. And it's hard to bring something up that you're not been able to even look at. Like, we don't even know who made the decision and what was all done. So I think this was a strategy for them to cover up their tails and the university's ass. And there's two huge universities there. One, they literally sent the students back, saying it was an isolated, targeted event, and literally the murderer was hired by one of the universities and was literally in a position of power, who had already harassed girls, and they hadn't even taken those investigations seriously. So yeah, there was a lot. People need to look back when he was fired. He was fired on the 19th. That's the exact same day that the police said that the FBI told them that Brian was a suspect. It's kind of more than suspicious that WSU fired him that exact same day while he was out on the back in Pennsylvania. They fired him. So obviously they heard about what was going on, and it was cover their tails. And that's why we have all this sealed stuff, and we're still fighting for the information to come out when it's just 4 kids that got killed in their bed. There's no top secret information here. There's no national security. It's literally people thinking that they don't work for us anymore, guys. They think that we are lucky to be in that courtroom, and they're like a form of royal bloodlines, and they sit there in that courtroom and they tell us how it goes, and how dare us question them, and how dare us know what's going on, and question what they're doing. And I appreciate the media because it's one thing.
That's the thing, Bombshell, is lately he's been stating stuff that makes you believe he doesn't believe it was just one person. I truly at this point believe that he thinks there's more than one person, which is why he wanted Brian to stand up and say that he did it by himself, for them to prove that at the trial, because I think he thinks there was definitely more than one person.
An angry dad saying that. It's a different thing for ex-prosecutors to get on your guys' station and say, this is questionable. Why'd they tear the house down? There's literally the 1112 video is referencing sounds in that house. So, it could easily be that a jury wanted to reproduce what those sounds would have sounded like on that camera. And they couldn't do that once the house was torn down.
Was there any contact made or any overture at all from prosecutor's office, the victim's rights advocate that's supposed to be associated with you, about the process going forward now in order to find out more information? Have they at least guided you? Will you have a better shot at getting information than someone like me?
No, they don't like us. They don't like the fact that we question their authority. They don't like the fact that we talk to you guys right now. So I don't think they'll help us at all. They'll try to make it as most difficult as possible because we bring a huge spotlight. If we're gonna read it, we're gonna explain it to people how we understand it, and I don't think they want that attention. And that's probably why most of them have already retired. So yeah, I don't think we're going to get any help. We don't have a victim's advocate. She's bound by the rules of that court. So if the judge tells her to shut her mouth and don't talk about it, there's an open investigation of the leak, and she's a part of that team. She can't talk to us. We brought up the leak in court January 13th. Gray accused that office of leaking the information, and ever since then, we've been able to prove that we knew about the sheath and the DNA, CODIS hit, all that stuff before. And you think if there's an investigation, why hasn't anyone ever called us and asked us where we heard it? So there's no investigation going on. They're lying to Hitler if they're telling him there's an investigation. There's no investigation going on, because the first person who told you that there was leaks and proved to you by telling you what they've heard, that eventually becomes part of your case. The sheep, we knew about the sheep before it was. We knew about the white car before they released it. They never came and asked us who told us that information. They didn't even try. So
who was it?
Oh, I would never. I'm not going to give that information out. I really respect the people that actually reached out and tried to help us. They're awesome mothers and fathers, and they cared about their community, and they wanted to make sure that this was done the right way. And So yeah, we did know some stuff, but I respect all those people, and I would never give out their information. They're all safe. Every person I've ever
Understanding.
talked to.
It makes
Yeah.
perfect sense. You got a loyalty to those who loved you and cared for you throughout this horrible process.
Congratulations, Michelle F. Welcome to the sauce. Appreciate you very much. We got a bunch of new meatballs today. Great job. So he's about to he's about to put out there who told him some of this stuff if you listen close.
In the interim, I kept thinking along the way there would be things that you know that we don't know, and that you were sworn to secrecy because of the gag order or any other reasons. Is there information you know now that I haven't known and the rest of us haven't known up until today?
Most of the information we found out were just people calling up. I've had other officers call us up and just say, I don't know what just happened in the court today, but I don't support it. People so angry at what was happening in that courtroom that they would literally pick up their phone and call us and say, this is what's on Brian's phone. This is what he was searching. This individual was sexually motivated. I don't care what Thompson said. They've got a plan for him. They've got a job role for that man. And it's not every day that you get somebody who wants to be a police officer, is dying to be a police officer, is literally talking to them every single day about how he was going to be a police officer. It's not every day you get a master's degree in criminology that is going to go into prison. And they're going to leverage that. That's what they're interested in. They're not interested in him being locked up in a 23 hours of, solitaire where he's not going to be able to have any influence. They want him to go in there and actually have influence and work with them.
And be a resource for crime fighting in the future?
Yeah. His fantasy was to be an officer, or the earliest one was like a Green Beret or something like that, a Ranger. So this guy's had like these grandeur visions of himself since he was just a little kid. And I think one of the first things he told the officers when they arrested him in Pennsylvania was like, let's get a cup of coffee. I'm working on my criminology PhD, and I'd like to interview you. It's like, this guy wants to be a cop or wants to be somebody of importance. He always has been. And that was part of the reason why we were trying to get them to take that into account and not plead with him. Don't give him the position of power. Basically dictate the terms to him and say we're not going to accept this unless you prove who you are.
Still fascinated by the comment he made upon arrest. Have you arrested anyone else? Thinking, is he throwing a red herring in? Is he really curious about other possible suspects? But I'm very curious about what you just mentioned, that coming out of hearings, there would be people who would call you and say, I don't like what's happening in that courtroom. I know what's on his phone. I know. What did you learn from those phone calls without divulging who it was who called?
Just weird porn fetishes, but two of the fetishes were in that room. Drunk, passed out girls and gagging girls. And those are two things that were part of that crime scene. For Thompson to say that there was no sexual assault, of course there wasn't. He didn't have enough time. Somebody came up there. But why are you defending somebody who just killed 4 people? Why are you not even making him stand in the courtroom and admit that he killed 4 people? I mean, it's upside down world sometimes when you go in those court systems and they're literally, oh, you've been so respectful. You can sit down when you plead guilty, with a yes and no answer. So we're just glad to be done with it. We're glad to move on.
When you said drunk, passed out girls, gagging girls, was there something that happened at the crime scene involving gagging that you heard?
Yeah. That's what we've heard. That's why we want to get all these facts straight. So we don't want to have a statement that isn't accurate. But when you have a prosecution that just is okay with covering everything up and not telling you what's going on, it's hard to be accurate. And they've criticized us for not being accurate on certain things. And it's because we're not getting the facts. Parents shouldn't have to beg to know what happened to their kid the last 24 hours of their life. We figured out everything that we could. We got the grub truck video before they did. We got the white car. We got the 112 surveillance even before they got it. We were the ones that tell them to go to these cameras and pull them off. I'm sure they already were going to do that anyway, but we got it before they did. So they were just concerned that they weren't in control, and we knew too much stuff. And
did someone with the investigation describe that Kaylee or Maddie was gagged during this horrible crime?
I was told that by somebody in I can give that out. That was Babbitt. That was Babbitt who gave that information.
What did she say?
There was some damage to her. There was some damage around her mouth right here, like somebody had like pressed in and like tried to keep her quiet. She'd been hit multiple times in her head, and her skull was damaged. So, all right, they're telling me I got to go. So we got to fly. We got to fly out of here.
Understandable. And just for our viewers, Kathy Babbitt is the coroner, so she has spoken with you about these details. Steve, I'm so sorry that you're going through this. I say it every time, and I mean it every time. I wish you and Christy and the kids peace, and I'm very appreciative that you took this time to speak with us. So obviously I had a lot of questions I still wanted to ask Steve, but he had to cut the interview short. Kathy Babbitt, I think I said her name differently in the interview. Kathy Babbitt was the coroner who I actually spoke with exclusively 2.5 years ago. And she revealed details on my Banfield show on News Nation that she hadn't revealed anywhere else. Like it had been a bloodbath, that sharp instruments, likely a knife, had been used. These were things that we had never found out. And then she never spoke publicly again, but she did speak with Steve and maybe some of the other family members. And that information that Steve just told us about Kaylee having damage to the corners of her mouth as though she had been maybe gagged with a hand or with an implement in some way, that's new. I had not heard that before. And the fact that someone had left that courtroom inside the investigation and called him and said, I'm angry with this gag process. I'm angry that you're not being given information. And I will tell you personally, I know what's on Brian Koberger's phone. There's at least a search for drunk, passed out girls and gagged girls. All of that seems to comport with that being very new information that Brian.
Pay real close attention to what she says here, folks. Listen to her words, please.
Koberger may have done that to at least Kaylee. I don't know about Maddie, but it is the very least that he knows, and he does deserve to have the full information. It's very, very sad to hear that Kaylee's sisters wanted to provide a fulsome victims impact statement at sentencing next week, but feel that they cannot because they don't really know what happened to her. They don't have the full story on what happened to her. And I don't think they will either because, and here's the big part, I mentioned this in my podcast last night, but the process is finicky. You may feel as though when you saw Brian Koberger stand up in court and say, yes, I did it. Yes, I killed each one of them. Yes, I'm the murderer. You may feel like, well, it's over. He's a convicted felon. He's not. Shocker. The process is not legally complete until sentencing. We learned that with Ken Lay, many of us in the media. Ken Lay in Enron was guilty, but died before his sentencing. And thus it's vacated. Same with Aaron Hernandez. When they die before they're sentenced, effectively they're not convicted because the conviction isn't complete until the sentence is brought down, gavel comes down. And so we're still in that little nether area, right? We're still floating between, is it still really going to be a guilty plea and a life sentence, no parole, no appeal? We're not done yet, right? I said it last night, Brian Koberger could still fuck with us. He could. He could still stand up at sentencing and say, I changed my mind. I'm going to withdraw that guilty plea, and I'm going to twist the knife even more into everybody in the process, including those families. And so to that end, it looks as though Ann Taylor, his lawyer, filed a motion yesterday to keep the gag order in place. Whether she wants it in place or not, I think she's making sure that this deal goes through, or at least that Brian Koberger does not have an additional arrow in his quiver to come after her and say, I want to appeal based on ineffective assistance of counsel. Now he's giving up his appeal rights, right? He is doing that, but that doesn't come into effect until after sentencing. So up until then, anything goes. We're still in play with this guy. And that's probably a really good reason why a lot of this stuff in the gag order is still in play, right? Still being suppressed from public knowledge. Just in case any of it messes with the process that's in place now, whether you agree with it or not, right? Whether you, and there's so many of you who don't agree with this plea. I get it. Steve Gonzalez, not the least of whom does not agree, but the process could be destroyed. And then we are right back where we started. And that trial date is gone. They do not have that jury pool ready to go at this point because, we're like, time is ticking. So there's so much still in play. I just wanted you to know that don't hold your breath at this point, or maybe hold
Over,
your breath,
Kane.
because not until next week do we know that this guy.
I'm playing this out for a reason. I want you to hear what she says before she's done. It's over anyway after this here shortly. So just hang on.
Will be locked without the key, right? Locked up with the key thrown away, never to be heard from again. Until that time, I think everybody's walking on eggshells, including within the process. I'm not inside their heads. I'm not inside the courtroom. I'm not inside judges' chambers. I'm certainly not inside Ann Taylor's office, although I would like to be. But me thinks that she was being very.
Oh, hold on. Listen close.
Be heard from again. Until that time, I think everybody's walking on eggshells, including within the process. I'm not inside their heads. I'm not inside the courtroom. I'm not inside judges' chambers. I'm certainly not inside Ann Taylor's office, although I would like to be. But me thinks that she was being very. I think everybody's walking on eggshells, including within the process. I'm not inside their heads. I'm not inside the courtroom. I'm not inside judges' chambers. I'm certainly not inside Ann Taylor's office, although I would like to be. But me thinks that she was.
Get in line, guys. I'm printing the Methinks t-shirts as we speak. Okay? This dingbat idiot. God, I'm so done with her. Sorry to put you through that, but I had to have you hear that. Sorry. So there were some interesting nuggets of information through that whole interview. That's the only reason why we watched it. But Methinks that it definitely gives some answers to some questions that were out there. Okay. Also, Methinks that she's a complete idiot too. So be it. You don't get it, Alicia? Methinks. She's talking like she's Dobby from Harry Potter. Methinks it's a good idea for you to do this. What do you think? Methinks this too, and methinks that. That's the whole point. It's catching her at her worst. Okay. If you didn't catch it, I'll play it one more time. Methinks that you need to take English lessons again. Anyway, it basically, Jesse, yeah. But you can't even slow down enough to speak proper English in an interview like this. Methinks that I just don't like her. Sorry. She's definitely not. Definitely not Ginger. So anyway, we were dying last night. I think we were all a little tired last night, but it was too funny. So I'm gonna make t-shirts up that says Methinks. Anything like as much as she tears people down, absolutely I'm gonna make fun of that. Sorry. But that's enough of her. I've had too much of her in the past few days anyway. Okay, so News Nation then. Is this her again? Hold on. So it might make sense as to why they shut Mabit up and didn't want her talking. I don't know. I guess it's how you take it. Let's see here. So yeah, he dropped some interesting revelations. I'll say that much last night. Things that weren't really known. The victims having marks around their necks or mouth. I'm sorry, around their mouth, looking as though they were being held down or suppressed in that sense. Also, let me see. I see these other channels that are referring to him as the killer now. Killer Brian Koberger. Now, this other thing was quite interesting that Patterson states. What's up, Humphrey? James Patterson made a statement that blew my mind where he thinks that Brian doesn't even know what his motive was. What? It doesn't matter. It was definitely funny, and it was a good time last night. I don't believe she did, and I think they're lying on it. Could be. They could be. Who knows? Maybe she got nervous and she stopped talking on her own. Yeah, we did that in the beginning, Humphrey. I'm sorry. Humphreys. What am I doing? Now I want to know, after the trolling of the sorority, if any of the victims had their hair cut. Oh, that's interesting, done one. That's a good question. Yes. Yes, very good question and very interesting. All right, we got this piece here too I was going to share with you.
So Brian Koberger pleading guilty to the murder of 4 Idaho students left many details of the case unexplained without a criminal trial. Our next guest's new book, The Idaho 4, An American Tragedy, includes an unparalleled look into the quadruple murders after interviewing over 300 individuals connected with the victims, revealing shocking new details about what those closest to the victims believe was the motive. Best-selling author James Patterson joins us now. James, thanks so much for joining the program this morning.
Oh, thank you for having me. Always a pleasure.
So I know you don't want to give up all the goods in the book. I covered this case for months, and I was looking.
I'd give it up if you give me enough time.
Okay, so tell me, what was the motive?
Complicated, and we'll never know. I bet if I talk to him, I bet he doesn't exactly know. He obviously had a big problem with women. We believe he was targeting Maddie, and
wrong.
And things had happened. He just gotten fired from his. He was going to lose his scholarship out there at University of Washington.
Wrong.
Washington State. I'll tell you one thing. Anybody listening and watching, if you're disappointed because you're not going to find out what's happening in the trial, everything that would have been covered in the trial is covered in this book. Everything and so much more. Things about the police department there. Things about Koberger, which you're getting into. One of the interesting things is we went down to Pennsylvania, Vicki Ward and I, and
so he's trying to sell his book here. So if you're disappointed because you're not going to see the trial, you can get all the details from the trial in this book. Buy my book. Buy my book. You're a loser, dude. Unbelievable.
He was a heroin addict as a young guy there, and he was breaking and entering into houses. He'd been doing it for years, and that's exactly what happened in Moscow. He broke into this house and killed these 4 beautiful students.
So you write this in the book, and I think this is important. The Idaho 4 on the detective knowing Brian Koberger. This is one of the detectives assigned to the case. His name is Brett Payne. Mm-hmm. He says, we think we know who the suspect is, and he's in WSU housing. And then he says his name, Brian Koberger. Odd name, Jenkins thinks, but it's an oddly familiar name. It rings a bell, and then it comes to him. I know that name. He tells the people in the
Yes.
room. He sees astonishment on their faces. I think I interviewed him for an internship position when I was the Pullman
Yes.
chief. I probably have his resume and cover letter in my files. He goes straight back to his office and sends them over. Tell us about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, most people know Brian was he was studying criminology.
Same here, Beach.
And then he tried to get into the, get a job as an intern in the police department out there. The police department did a terrific.
Yeah, I'd like to know where that info came from. Good, yeah, because that's never ever been spoken about before, ever talked about before. Nobody in the realm of his family, friends, neighborhood, anybody ever said that before. So remember that Patterson is a fiction writer. So I'm going to guess that they've taken certain pieces of information that are true, and then they've added their own. I don't know that this is a true statement about him breaking and entering. If we can find it, then fine. But if we can't, then I'm just going to have to take it as another piece of fiction. That's all I'm saying. Because it was never brought out anywhere. And with everything that was brought out about Brian, you would think that would be one important thing. That's all I'm saying.
Job. I mean, they had one bad press conference, but other than that, because Brian.
It's supposed to be a nonfiction book, correct? But he's a fiction writer. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I mean, he could have been. Brian could have been, but that doesn't make him a murderer. Just saying. That didn't put him in the house to commit the murders. Once again, just saying.
Brian almost committed the perfect murder.
Yeah.
Had he not left that
chief,
there would not have been a trial. They didn't. The evidence they had was, I think, circumstantial, and it wouldn't have happened.
Well, James, I think
but the police, and we get into the police. I mean, and the chief of police, who did a terrific job. Everybody did a good job out there, and they got him.
The problem, James, and you're so right about this, and that's why I always said this case was an iffy one going to trial. How they obtained the DNA was the night chief. And if you look at some of the case, he went back to the house after he committed the crime based on the cell phone data. I think he realized that he had left some of the evidence, but he worked at the crime light as an internship, I think.
Yeah, I don't know how he thought he would get the chief back, but he did go back the next morning, which is pretty insane, but I guess that's probably makes sense.
James, what do you think is the biggest takeaway people are going to learn from this book? Because that's why they would purchase it.
Oh, I look at what Vicky and I tried to do was not to glorify Kohlberger, but to get people to feel these 4 students who were murdered and their families. They're 4 beautiful families, and also the kids. You got 2 college towns here. You have Moscow, Idaho, University of Idaho, and then Pullman, Washington State. And you think about whatever college is near your university where your kids go or whatever, and you imagine these murders in one of those small towns or even in a big city like NYU, it's horrifying. It's a horrifying thing. But what we wanted to do is for you to feel as though you were there in that town. The next day, there's been this terrible murder. It's happened to 4, wonderful kids, and they really are wonderful kids. Really, really was such great friends, and had friends all over the campus. The families who we got to know really well. I've never, so personal in terms of Vicky and I with victims. And I've done a bunch of true crime. I did the Epstein thing way back. And you mentioned 300 interviews. When I did Epstein, we did about 60 interviews.
Wow!
So we really interviewed the hell out of this book. Yeah, and and if you like true crime, even if you haven't followed this thing, it's an amazing story.
James Patterson, you should get his book right now. It's going to tell a story, many stories that you haven't heard before.
Yeah.
Thanks, James. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That was great. Thank you so much.
You got it, brother.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe.
Wow. What a mess. Page 16, PCA flat out states he's not there Sunday. Yep. Good point, Brian. I'm not going to argue on the book. Yes, factual pieces of information in the book, guys, that have been verified already. So there's that. Because the case wasn't even done yet, Carrie, and he started writing a book on it. I don't think any of them should have been able to do that. Green, him, and none of the Dateline stuff they should have waited until the trial was over or whatever was going to happen. And it was all said and done, and then they should have been able to do that when there was an actual ending to everything, but they didn't. They couldn't wait, and that's why I don't care for how they did this. That's all. That's what I mean right there. He could have waited. Could have waited. He didn't have time. What do you mean, Krista? He didn't have time. Hey, Becky, good to see you. I take now what to believe before and after all this. Crap, I really don't know what to believe, so I guess I'll just choose not to believe anyone. There you go. That's a good point, Becky. That's a good way to look at it, too. He froze mid-sentence, right? No, he said that a lot of people do. Crossfire. Good point, Meanie. Could be. Who knows? What's up, brother? Good to see you. How is what possible, Jay? What's up? See, that's my point, too. There's certain things about this book or about this case that he will not be able to put in this. It couldn't have been able to put it in the book because if it's not being released to the families, they're sure as hell not going to release it to a writer, a fiction writer that's writing a book. You know what I mean? So some of that stuff is going to be lacking. I tried while Idaho slept. I can't. I don't want nothing to do with that one either. That's the Scott Green book, I believe. So yeah. Brian was a time traveler. That's the conclusion of mine. And Silent Ghost with all cleanup abilities is a matter of minutes. Gotcha. Okay. All right then. Okay. Theory students at WSU knowing if he did drug spot on Walenta, set him up. Logic had to wait for Payne to arrive. Payne was not lead detective until December 19th or 20th. Presser probably looked pissed. Okay. Thank you, Miss Annie. A Temu sponsorship. How do you even do that, Meg? That would be awesome. Yeah, there's quite a bit in the book, Mr. Girl, that has. There's a lot, like SRB was saying earlier, there's a lot of very interesting pieces of information in that book. And that's why I'm saying, as much as I don't want to read it, I will probably have to. That's going to drive me nuts to learn certain things. So I'll probably have to read pieces of it, to be honest with you guys. So, hell, I may read it to you guys in here if I end up with it. I know you can order it online. And I can also do this thing here in my town, is that I can go online through my local library if they have it in, and I can pull it up online and read it through the library online. I don't even have to go to the damn library. So I might do it. Who knows? You know, if I find an interesting chapter or some interesting chapters that have interesting pieces of information, I might do that. And it would be great because I don't even have to go pick up the book. I can pull it up online, open it up, and read it like I'm reading from it to you guys. So I might think about that, but I don't want to own it. I'm not going to waste my money buying it. I want to see if there's anything that relates to anything in the book that tells any truth to anything. Excuse me. Hold on. Yeah, he did. Dana Renee. He definitely did. He stole. He had a very bad heroin habit for quite a while back in Pennsylvania, and he stole his sister's phone. I think he was 16, they said, and did some other things. The whole breaking and entering's new for me. It could be true. I don't know, but he did steal from a lot of different people to support his habit and his addiction. So that doesn't make him a murderer, though, you guys. It just says that he had a drug addiction issue, and a lot of people that have addiction issues they turn to crime to support their addiction. So I don't think it was a robbery attempt, though. That's the problem. He had passed that all. That stuff was in the past, you guys. From what we know, he overcame that, and he overcame weight issues. He overcame a lot and went to college and got multiple degrees in things and was going forward completing that. So, I mean, anybody can, have addiction issues, fall off the wagon, whatever it is, but I just don't feel like he did. I don't know. Yeah, that was kind of my thought too, Bombshell, but I could be wrong. We've been wrong about other people. Right. Truth. I truly believe if he is involved at all, which the prosecution themselves said they cannot find a connection. They told Steve that they can't find a connection between Brian and the victim. So that makes me feel like there's no involvement. There's zero involvement. But if he was, okay, it was very minimal in my opinion. I don't think so either. I just don't. That's a good point. Got me stumped. You genuinely don't take a vacuum, weapons, gag, skill kit, etc. to a robbery. Agreed. See, that's what I'm saying, guys. None of that stuff makes any sense to me. What's up, Twiz? Right. And then to be able to find possibilities of truth in there, maybe, Ginger, we're not going to get it from anybody else. And maybe if we can get other pieces of info from that book to add to the things that we already know, it very possibly may be worth looking at. So I'm not going to pay money for it. I refuse to. I would never buy the book to own it. But if I can pull it from the library to look through it that way, then I will. That's the only way I will. Oh, man. What time is it here? 4? Yeah. So I guess we'll be doing this secondary show about, we'll do the same thing we did last night here in a little bit. Exact, Willie. You going to be around later, Willie? I hope. Same with everybody else. Yeah, I won't either. Meanie. No, won't do it. Same thing. I just kind of my thing, I guess. If I'm not comfortable with that situation in regards to a case that I've covered, I refuse to watch the Gabby Petito movie because I didn't. I thought it was disrespectful, the way it was done and all that kind of stuff and the things they did for it. I kind of feel like this is just not right. It should have been done till after the trial or whatever else. So that's okay. You can join us here a little bit later, Krista. We'll be back. I've been doing these later afternoon or evening shows and opening it up people just to discuss whatever. Well, we always know where it goes, so we can do that with what we know now. If Willie wants to come back and join us, and Twiz can jump back if he wants to, he's always welcome, and everybody else. So at this point, though, I do got to go do some things. My wife has given me that eye a couple times. Agreed, Brian. Problem with the Patterson book is everything in that book that happened at 11/22 is what DM told. Yes, a lot of it is. That's a good point. Critical. A lot of it is. But there have been some interesting things that have come out of that have been proven to be true. I swear I just saw something flying around behind me. So, anyway, guys, I think I did, Kane. I just played that just a little bit ago. Weren't you in here? I played that before I played the Ashley thing. 7:30, 8 o'clock, Truth Seeker. I don't want to go as late as I did last night. I got to be careful with the CBS stuff, Meg. I have to filter that one to make sure. But I will. And we can look at it later on when I do it the second time around. I'll pop around later on, Humphrey. Thank you, Dana. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. I appreciate you very much. You guys are amazing. And if you're interested, please join us again here in a little bit later. I appreciate you very much. You guys are amazing. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing because, well, you know why. I don't have to tell you. Besides that, guys, I will see you very, very soon. Much love, guys. Bye-bye.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment shine. Together we share, our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round, friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round, friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.